Indeed, we want to be fair to everybody. Ooh, good point. Good point. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that. You cannot be equitable and inclusive if you hog up all the time. Who are you looking for? At least you only have to go across the way. Oh, God knows where.
Hello there, this is John Zarnicki. Are any of the session chairs there online?
Dark skies, working groups. Dark skies, or you can be equitable. Okay. Do you want to sit up front? Or do you want to sit in the back? Okay.
Hello, can anybody hear me? 1, 2.
Okay, done with my coffee. Now coffee.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You are talking to Yannick, the technician in the room. I am right next to Susan, which will chair the session.
I can hardly hear you. The volume is very low.
Okay.
Hello, hello. Are you able to hear me?
One moment.
That's better.
Can you hear me now?
Excellent, I can hear you.
Yes, you are speaking to Yannick, the technician in the room. I will give the microphone to Susan, which will she will chair the session, and then you can speak to her.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see and hear me okay?
Hello? Are you on? Who's on?
Hello, Susanna. This is John here.
Hi, John. So we have a plan. Your slides are here. So I will run your slides for you. And all you have to say is, next slide, please. Did you get
Okay, so just next slide, please, and you will click.
And I will do the deed. You are breaking
the
up.
button.
Yeah, I will push the button. You are breaking up, so I don't know if it's your video, so you might want to. You don't have to have your video on.
Okay. You mean turn your video off? Which
Sure.
I'm trying to do.
Sure.
I've just done it, I think. So maybe that'll.
Yes, now I can hear you better
Good.
without the breaking up. Perfect. So you are
Excellent.
on at 10.
I'm sitting on right by 10:35. Is that right?
I believe that is correct. Oh no, I thought it was a bit later.
Okay. Well, I will.
Don't go anywhere.
Okay, I think it's the 5th. I might just go make a cup of tea, but that will take just a minute.
Oh, 10:35 UK. Wait, that's 2 hours behind us.
Oh, yeah.
1 hour. 1 hour behind us.
No, 1 hour. 1 hour.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. Am I the only one online presenting, or are there others?
I think you're the only one online presenting. Everybody else seems to be present. Yeah, that's probably Marcus, Carolyn, or somebody. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
But just because they're here doesn't mean they're not on virtual. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, it seems like it might just work.
Yeah, and thank you so much for figuring out how to upload your slides.
Well, I managed it about 1:30 in the morning. You know, you have great thoughts sometimes in the middle of the night.
Well, I never do, but I'm happy when other people do. All right, thank you.
Okay, look forward to an interesting session.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Okay, I got to get rid of. Hello? Yes, it is on. Good morning. Welcome to the first session on the last day of the working group for equity, inclusion, and we'll add diversity and accessibility to that, even though those are extra to the official name of the working group. I am Susanna de Ustua, and I am the outgoing chair of this working group. So therefore, I have taken the prerogative of the outgoing chair to take over all of Jake's talk. No, Jake will get a chance to give his talk properly. I did want to give you some chair instructions. So allow 3 minutes for questions and answers to your talk. There will be a timer. If you haven't already given 6 talks, there's a timer that counts down. And in the interest of equity and inclusivity, please keep to your time. And let's see what other cherry things I have to say. Those were the cherry things. And I just want to say that CHAIRY, that it has been my very great pleasure and honor to serve as the chair of this working group. And it is my great pleasure to hand over the functioning of the working group to Jake Knowles-Storr, he's the incoming chair, and to Kelly Blumenthal, who will be the co-chair. Yes, and without any further ado, here's their schedule for the day. We'll be here all day. And there are poster sessions downstairs. And if you haven't already figured this out, day 8 of the General Assembly, the posters are not always grouped together by topic. You have to find your poster number. So I was looking for all of the posters for this session, and they're interspersed with this AGN stuff. So just be mindful. All right, so without any further ado, let us have Jake speaking on the future, equity and inclusion in astronomy, directions for 2027, and how to get to 2030. We'll get there. Okay, Jake.
I do know what to do with this, but I have to stand here by the microphone. So when I leave, remind me to come back and talk into the microphone, because I'm probably going to move too much. As Susanna said, I am Jake Knowles-Storr. I'm the incoming chair, I guess now technically chair, because the business meeting was yesterday. I can call myself the chair of the working group. I will show you in a bit that our working group also in our triennium has a new name to better express what we're doing. And so I will talk today. Some of the talk will be about working group reports, some updates, and some stuff about the future for the working group, and also some sort of goals and things from my perspective about EDI and astronomy as we move towards 2027 in the next triennium, and then plans for 2030 as we get there. This is what AI thinks. It's called Blind Astronomer Touches the Starry Night. This was what AI thinks that is. So this was my inclusive AI generated background. So some highlights of the triennium, which are in our report, which is presented in the official business meeting. So this was triennium 35, according to my adding up, which may or may not be right, but we'll go with it. We had 196 members at the 1st of July, 2024, and either our working group or Women in Astronomy are the largest working groups, depending on what day you look. We're very, very close in numbers, so we alternate up and down, which is the largest, but very similar in size. And we do recognize that a very small percentage of that are active members, and hopefully we can do things moving forwards to get members more active. Susanna and I came up with some strategy for this. We'll see if it works. We have a new organization in terms of the sub-working groups that we had before. We've consolidated some and split them up. That was based on a meeting that we had in 2022 that all working group members were invited to give input on that. Some of our sub-working groups have also been active in this triennium and reported activities. We have our enforcement of standards and ethics sub-working group, who, due to the IAU's nature, can't really enforce anything, but can exist to try to encourage people to have policies that enforce standards and ethics. They made some progress in terms of communicating with the EC about things to do, though going forwards, we hope that we can persuade the executive committee to do some of the things that we think that they should do, which is a struggling moment for them in this sub-working group. And also they're working on work climate monitoring across astronomy, and also for meeting location standards in terms of equity and inclusion. Now, in the Netherlands, we have also recently conducted a work climate survey, so we'll see some outcomes of that soon. Yes, sorry. OC is the organizing committee of the working group, and EC is the executive committee of the IAU. For disabilities and impairments working group, which is sub-working group, which now includes hard of hearing and deaf, includes visual impairments, includes physical impairment, and includes neurodiversity. And so this working group has the Japanese astronomy sign language list was compiled, and that's now available. There's various sign languages available in an online dictionary. And Argentinian Sign Language became officially recognized in Argentina as a language on international news. In the blind and visually impaired, a lot of work has been going on in sonification in this triennium. Many advances have been made in using sonification for astronomy and also in outreach. One PhD thesis has been published about that, and we do have a talk about this today as well. And had 2 Lorentz Center workshops in the Netherlands. Well, one was virtual and one was in person, which is why we got 2, so we could have a real one after a virtual one. And around the world, we know that there's an increasing number of Touch the Universe exhibits that have come out of the Inspiring Stars exhibit, which first brought tactile models into around the world, and now there's many, which Kelly has one in Japan, I know. The LGBTQI plus astronomers sub-working group with a new sub-working group this triennium. The IAU, if you join now, doesn't ask you any longer if you're male or female, but asks you to put yourself on a spectrum of gender. You can still choose male or female if you wish to, but you can also acknowledge that gender is a spectrum and identify how you prefer. And this sub-working group also co-hosted with NARAT, which is the National Astronomy Research Institute of Thailand, a LGBTQI in astronomy meeting and workshop that was held in Chiang Mai earlier this year. Inclusive Outreach have a new website that is on the way, supported by the IAU, so that we can encourage people to participate in outreach. If people are participating in outreach, giving astronomers tools to do that in more inclusive ways and inclusive strategies, also working with the Office of Astronomy Outreach, obviously, with this sub-working group. We also have now included in this working group outreach to individuals in institutions, which includes things like well, includes boarding schools, includes prisons, includes hospitals, includes other nursing homes, other places where people are institutionalized. They obviously had a big struggle in this triennium with the pandemic, as these institutions were very hard hit and also very hard to interact with, but they are working hard about how outreach best happens in those situations. Have some general activities. We co-sponsored the Arjun Leap Hackathon in 2022, which was right after the IAU General Assembly that was in the wrong year. And that was organized by the Space Generation Advisory Council, so we were happy to be collaborating with them on working on gender issues in astronomy in particular, and space science in general. And we had our virtual working group conference, as I mentioned before, where we had a forum for people to share what the sub-working groups were doing and also decide on this, in that case, the restructuring of the working group. As Susanna mentioned, we have our rotation of chairs every triennium. In our working group's policy, we have the outgoing chair, Susanna, say bye-bye. As co-chair for the last 3 years, I then become chair for the next 3 years, and then Kelly has graciously volunteered and been nominated and approved to be the incoming co-chair for the next 3 years. And hopefully we'll then rotate to being the chair in our system if we continue with the system. This is the first time we've gone through the system, so it's not really a system yet, but we'll see. The working group name will change and will, as approved by the EC, to be the IAU EC Working Group for Equity, Diversity and Inclusion in Astronomy. It used to be Astronomy for Equity and Inclusion, but it's shifted around to highlight especially that our mission of our sub-working groups is for what astronomers can do, how we make astronomy and astronomy as a science to be the equitable, inclusive place. And for the outreach parts, it's how astronomers can do outreach and education. We're not trying to be the Office for Astronomy Outreach and just be an outreach body. We care about astronomers and equity inside astronomy. So the name flipped around to try to reflect that better as we go forward. Our remit from the EC is to provide policy recommendations to the IAU Executive Committee, provide recommendations to Division C, provide EDI recommendations for individuals and organizations. Those can be on request, or we can give people policy suggestions and see if they would like them or not. It's important to note that we can only suggest policies to people. We cannot do any implementing or action, which we know we have a lot of communication from the community about things that they would like us to take action about, but the only actions we can do is to have policy recommendations. So anything that's not a policy recommendation, we can't really do. We also provide support in the field of astronomy EDI, trying to highlight that through the community, trying to work on how that is, especially in the different sub-working groups. And our remit is to grow EDI in every sub-working group area as it reflects to astronomers, enabling astronomers to engage others or to make the astronomy workplace appropriate and inclusive for increasing diversity or individuals. So that part being why we changed our name to. As I mentioned, we had a new sub-working group structure. So we have the organizing committee that manages the working group, which has somehow, it does just about work. One member from each sub-working group, the chair and the co-chair of the working group, the previous chair of the working group, and 3 at-large members make up the organizing committee and have observers from Division C leadership and from the executive committee. Then in the sub-working groups, we have inclusive outreach and institutionalized individuals, which has co-chairs for inclusive outreach practices and a co-chair for outreach in institutions. Disabilities and impairments, which has 4 co-chairs for mobility impairments, hearing impairments, visual impairments, and neurodiversity and mental health. The LGBTQ plus communities, which has a co-chair for gender issues and a co-chair for sexuality issues, representing that those are different factors that we deal with. Minority peoples and displaced astronomers, we have co-chairs for minority astronomers, displaced astronomers, and global mobility. Ethical behavior within astronomy, we have codes of conduct and standards, climate in astronomy, and EDI in international consortia. And surveys, evaluations, and data, we have one co-chair of that, which I think Susanna volunteered that she was going to do, even though she was trying to get rid of responsibilities. And this, the other executive council working groups have agreed in principle that they each will also have this as a sub-working group in their working groups with a person from them. So we work across all of those executive committee working groups together so that we try to consolidate surveys as much as possible, make sure that we're giving quality surveys and make sure that people aren't getting bamboozled by surveys. Susanna says I've got 3 minutes left, so we'll see how that goes. Some things that we will do, this is the pledges from me, or what I'm charging our organizing committee to do, is to make sure that we hold one IAU symposium on these topics in each triennium, which we had one not in the last triennium, but the one before we did. So we want to try and make sure we do that all the time. We will have annually a working group mini conference. Can't call it a symposium because it's not this symposium. Also to have at least one time where we're doing the co-sponsored meeting, which you can think like we had the NARIT IAU LGBTQ meeting, but we can also be thinking of other things for other sub-working groups and make sure that we're doing at least one of those per year somewhere in some topic. Twice a year, we participate in the IAU EC meeting to report what we're doing to the EC and give our policy recommendations to the EC and see what they do with them. We have promised that we will start having a newsletter to communicate with our members, and I'm promising that it should be twice a year. Then I decided it should be called Equinox because that sounds like equality, and then that obviously gives us 2 dates that we should do it on. So I figured that might work out to actually motivate us to do it, to communicate. We want to have quarterly community workshops, either virtual or hybrid, for our working group members, and to be aimed at people who are EDI savvy in the community. So we're trying to have this sort of second level workshop and not just how to do the basic EDI, but okay, so you do EDI, but what issues can we then work on better? Have quarterly EDI meetings with the office and EC leadership so that we better communicate with the offices and what they're doing in terms of EDI, also with the other working groups. As I mentioned, not only in surveys, but also in the other things that they do, they're all pretty much related to equity and inclusion issues also, so it's sensible to have these conversations with them too. Also to have regular meetings of the organizing committee and regular meetings of the sub-working groups, which also OC members would be invited to attend. Some sub-working groups have a lot more meetings than that, some sub-working groups have a lot less. Here's my charge with my t-shirt. Charge for the sub-working groups. We want each sub-working group to come up with a charge, and in November in our meeting, we will finalize those charges that each sub-working group has given themselves or come from the OC about what they want their mission to be for the next triennium, most sensible for their structure. And we want to charge the members of our working group, as we said, there's a lot of members of the working group, but we would like every member should be involved with at least one of the sub-working groups, and every member should be able, for our next triennial report, to be able to contribute at least one sentence describing their EDI activity during that triennium. So we want everybody to do at least one thing. If you want to be considered a working group member, then do one thing. Susanna's going to tell me that I'm running out of time and we've got to have a question. If I want questions, do I want any questions? Anyway, so our statement from by 2027, we hope that the Springboard to Action document that you can find should be complete or in action, and that we're heading strongly towards supporting the UN in their Sustainable Development Goals, because those are also completed by 2030, which is why we have this 2030 vision in line with the IAU trying to get there. So this is a nice place to end anyway, that we can parasail. After we've springboarded to action, then we can be parasailing to equity and inclusion in 2030, which is what AI thinks that looks like. Yeah, don't look very carefully at the paragliding people. They're very equitable. Those are some of the SDGs to remind you and where we can focus. We have this message to everyone. Everyone can be in astronomy. Everyone can join astronomy. And so in our outreach, we're telling everybody, yes, astronomy is this great place to be. Whatever your background, we embrace you in astronomy. And I think a big mission for us is to really think about, is astronomy actually that place where everyone can be? And once you've got here, how is that for you? If you've got over that barrier to being in astronomy, is it really true that it is a place for you? Some hands saying goodbye.
So we have time for probably 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you. I have a comment and then question. So it was nice to see your point about sign language, and I'm pleased to say that South Africa adopted sign language as an official 12th language earlier this year. So it's nice to see this happening throughout the world.
Great.
But in terms of questions, so at the end, you indicated that to continue to be a member of the working group, people are charged with indicating one activity they've done for the year. But in a sense, aren't you just preaching to the choir? right? Because all of us, and you can see how few of us there are here, right, are all interested in diversity, equity, inclusion. We do this as part of our everyday work. Shouldn't we rather say that every member of the IAU needs to, on an annual basis, say one thing about what they've done with regards to DEI? Because unless we start integrating DEI into everybody's work, we'll never be successful.
I think indeed, but my scope of chair of this working group is only to be able to boss around working group members. So it would be great if we expand that, but at the very start, we would at least like it to be active in our working group itself, because as you say, I am preaching to the choir, but you are the choir who come to this session, which is not 196 people who are in this working group. So there's a lot of, we know that a lot of people like to be in the working group because it's good on their CV to say that they're involved in EDI issues and they're a member of the working group, which is fine, but we would like to go with those people at least one step further to be, and what did you do then if you want to stay in the working group?
I'm in an awkward situation right now. People have questions that they would like to ask.
Beatrice has a question online.
But, okay, hang on. Here's my thing, is that it's now 10:52 and we do have another talk to give. And I was just wondering if perhaps we could stay a little bit at the end of the session and have a little bit more deeper discussion of I can't tell what the questions are, but I can sort of guess the direction. And that might be a good time.
Yeah, I will be around. I will disappear in a minute because I have to give a talk over there, but then I'll come back again.
So, but Beatrice will come to you in a bit. We have to be fair to the speakers.
And
Okay.
please also, you can write in the Slack as well, and I can chat there.
Yes. Okay, so thank you, Jake. Give him a round of applause because he's got a lot of work to do the next 3 years. So our next speaker is going to be Matthias Detterman, and he will be talking about a history of the movement for equity and inclusion in astronomy. And you have 15 minutes total, 12. If you want questions and answers, allow at least 3 minutes at the end of your talk, because now you know what happens when you go over. I have missed time, okay.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Jörg Matthias Determann. I'm from Virginia Commonwealth University in Qatar. I want to thank all of you. And I also want to thank all the people who enable you to be here. Yesterday, we talked in the Women in Astronomy meeting about how important it is to have good partners. I, for instance, thank my wife for staying home and taking care of our 5-year-old daughter, thereby enabling me to travel to South Africa and be here. So I thank all the people in your life who enabled you to be here today. I would like to, continue where Jake left off, which is that point about, in principle, astronomy can be incredibly inclusive, is incredibly open and accessible. But at the same time, astronomy can also be very exclusive. So it is inclusive in that astronomy has always existed for as long as humans have looked up into the skies and wondered about the sky and told stories and shared knowledge of the heavens. This is covered in many books, like, for instance, Jarita Holbrook's work on African cultural astronomy, or on The World at Night by Babak Tafreshi from Iran. At the same time, astronomy is also exclusive in that our observatories are in ever more remote locations. They are in ever more exclusive spots on islands, high on mountaintops, or in space altogether with the James Webb Space Telescope. It is also exclusive in that sort of who counts as an astronomer, right? Who can become a full member of the IAU, for instance, or who is recognized in projects like the Astronomy Genealogy Project, AstroGen, for instance, which only records people with a PhD in astronomy or astrophysics, and only recognizes them as sort of being astronomers and teachers of the next student generation of astronomy. Astronomy can also be exclusive in that it had a sort of close relationship with physics, perhaps one of the Cold War sciences par excellence, right? And physics often dealt with big machinery, big science, with the military-industrial complex, close relations with government, with people with big money. So there is this sort of elitism of physics, that sort of close relationship with the people with money and power, but that we all can also see the effects of in astronomy too. Nevertheless, of course, astronomers have existed throughout history, and not only people who hold PhDs, and people of all identities and people of all disabilities. Caroline Herschel was not the first female astronomer. There have been many before her. Benjamin Benneker may be the first African-American scientist, according to some descriptions, but he's certainly not the first African scientist. And of course, when it comes to people with disability, astronomers with disabilities have always existed. And perhaps all of us, if we are lucky enough to live long enough, we will all possibly be impaired in our mobility or vision or hearing at some point in our lives. There are many books about these topics. What I'm more interested is less about individuals and more about the wider movement that has brought inclusive activists together. There are some other books, especially on the history of the IAU, on the history of internationality. And I should mention here that I'm not sure whether our working group has a particular sub-working group when it comes to nationality and visas and borders and so on. But if it doesn't, it should probably have one, just because nationality is one of those identity markers that also serves as a barrier, right? Sort of who can travel to, for instance, South Africa, right? Who are the people here? Which countries are they from? Which passports do they have? Who are not here? Who are not at this GA? Overcoming this barrier has been part of the IAU. In that sense, the IAU itself has been part of the diversity movement. I'm very glad that we have diversity symposia such as this one. I'm also very glad that that we have had many others, such as the one that Jake referenced to at the National Astronomical Observatory of Japan in 2019. Going back further in history, but some of you may remember, you may have been there yourself, at the Women at Work, the first Women in Astronomy conference at the Space Telescope Science Institute in 1992. I think what we're moving towards, hopefully, is integrating diversity also into sort of non-diversity sessions. We've seen that, for instance, in the all-inclusive AGN meeting, where we have inclusivity talks as part of the normal scientific program. Some of those conferences have produced manifestos, such as the Baltimore Charter for Women in Astronomy, or the Inclusive Astronomy recommendations, or the Nashville recommendations. These are now historical documents, and I would recommend you to look at them if you haven't, because when it comes to making policy recommendations, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't necessarily have to come up with new recommendations, because a lot of them have already been made. If we look at these documents that are 30 years old or longer. We are a working group. We are a committee that has now gone through a name change as well. And there are many others going back to at least the 1970s. when, for instance, the first working group on the status of women in astronomy was founded as part of the American Astronomical Society. Our group on EDI also has other equivalent groups in many national organizations, including the AAS. Jake spoke about newsletters as well. Those newsletters have existed. One on women in astronomy going back to at least the 1980s. So again, that's 40 years. These are valuable documents itself. And this goes back to the point about exclusivity. It's a question also, are these documents themselves becoming accessible? It's just like we ask who counts as an astronomer. We also should ask ourselves which kind of publications get preserved for the future. These kinds of newsletters are not usually part of, let's say, the astrophysics data system, the ADS. They are not usually seen as the kind of data that needs to be preserved for the future, but it certainly should be. Obviously, with the rise of the internet, all of us are not only communicating via newsletters, but also by websites. These websites, again, they're wonderful, they're accessible, but they are also somewhat ephemeral, right? They're archived, if we're lucky, by the Internet Archive, but by very few other organizations. But maybe we should find ways to sort of save this kind of information for the future. Finally, social media, a lot of activism, a lot of struggles take place on the social media. This is about the activism, one hashtag at a time, for instance, indeed. Twitter obviously is now X. We don't know what the future will be. We also don't know whether the diversity work that takes place in these spaces will be preserved, right? So if newsletters are not necessarily archived, maybe tweets, social media posts are not preserved for the future either. So maybe there might actually be knowledge, valuable knowledge from past activists and from present activists that might be lost for the future. I want to conclude here, but I just want to, emphasize that we're all here in making history, right? We're all part of a scientific revolution. We're all part of a social revolution within science, right? We're all changing the field, the makeup of the field, right? If, let's say, in physics, most Nobel Prize winners historically were white men, with few exceptions. Hopefully, we're moving towards a future where we have many more faces, and I think all of us are part of this movement. And I just would like to encourage you to save and share all the lessons that you've learned and all the data that you have, the tweets that you've made, the newsletter articles that you wrote, the websites that you created. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthias. We do have time for questions. And I will ask you, and then I will go to our virtual participants.
So Alexei Pevtsov from the National Solar Observatory, United States. So number of questions that you asked at the beginning really resonates with what we see in our organizations. So some of these are not very obvious to us. For example, somebody recently brought up, an issue that, well, our job announcements, because of the remoteness and all of this, ask, well, the candidate should be able to lift so much, whatever, pounds to that much height, right? Certain things that discourage people with disabilities, for example, to apply because, well, and some jobs don't require that, right? So there are these very things that are not obvious to us, right? Yeah. You ask, well, about memberships. We have a number of people who work in engineering, data data scientists who don't have PhDs. Why then they cannot join IAU, right? So the question is really what this group, this working group can do about that or should do about that, what in your opinion?
Thank you so much. I would really encourage all of us to work towards broadening the definition of who is an astronomer. I had a conversation with Anthony about like who counts as an astronomer. Anthony, you said that's our assistive technology that helps us as visually impaired people, who are all of us, see stars that we would not otherwise see. And maybe if we recognize that we are all disabled and that we're all in need of technology so that we can go further, see further, maybe then it's not a big ask to sort of go that further step. And if somebody needs an extra elevator, an extra lift, a hearing aid, whatever, that's just a small additional technology to all the technology that we're using anyway.
I'm going to ask first if there are any questions from online. Speaking of diversity and inclusion. Okay.
Yeah, maybe speaking about joining things up and what you keep separate. And this is a very naive question because it's the first time I actually attend the meeting of the working group. For how long do we think that the working group on women in astronomy and the EDI working group will still be separate working groups? And for what reason? This is probably a tediously sensitive question, but nonetheless, right? I mean, in some sense, there is a certain exclusivity in the fact that we take one axis of diversity and treat it separately from all the others.
Thank you. That's a really good point, right? To what extent we should sort of emphasize separate identities that might divide us, right? Like, to what extent should we sort of divide our efforts, right? Sort of work towards people of different identities separately, or to what extent we should maybe just work towards solidarity across all groups, right? It is a really good question. My own personal view is that it doesn't hurt to have experts for each field. It doesn't hurt to have experts on LGBTQ issues, experts on women's issues, on gender issues, on disability issues, and to have, but as long as these experts don't form exclusive groups. So as long as anybody can join the women in astronomy group, as long as anybody can join the ability or disability group, then yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay, I think we should thank Matthias because we need to leave time. These are very timely questions, and I hope that everybody is willing to stay a few minutes at the end of the session to go a little deeper into some of these discussions. So our next speaker will be Alicia Shugart, talking about the work in community astronomy starts from within.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alicia. I'm one of those non-astronomers, actually, and I'll tell you about that in a second. I'll review this maybe towards the end, but it's a slide that we put in all of our slide decks. So it's just habit at this point, but also a very useful tool. So like I said, I'm one of those non-astronomers. I'm the Deputy Nighttime Ops Manager at Rubin Observatory. So ironically, I'm in very much one of those ideas of classical astronomers because I'm still next to a telescope 90% of my work life, but I don't actually have a PhD. So for my talk today, I'm going to be talking about community astronomy and how the work in community astronomy needs to begin from within. But what I want to do right now is I want to ask the audience and people online, what do you think of when you hear the term or when you see the term community astronomy? I can't see the chat online, but if anyone wants to post their thoughts in the chat, you're welcome to, or if anyone in the room wants to offer a comment to this. Okay, so a person in the audience said that they think of outreach when they look at the term community astronomy. Another person in the audience said they think of astronomy for everybody. Another person in the room said they think about citizen science. Another person in the audience made the comment that they think of kind of historical astronomy, and that at the time that, you know, everyone as a community agreed on what they saw and agreed on rules and even folklore about how they saw and perceived the universe and skies around them. These are all very interesting. I'll take one more. So the last comment was that community astronomy seems like a broad term that also includes the scientific community and the people who are doing astronomy science. So I'm going to use a definition of community astronomy that was offered by the Astro 2020, which is a decadal survey that the United States astronomy community, not necessarily exclusive to American citizens, but primarily is a report that's produced every decade that's recommending what should be prioritized in astronomical sciences for the future. So this large document written by community members in astronomy, they had a large chapter in this document for the first time called "The State of the Profession." And it was the first time that in this decadal report, that's one that's released every 10 years, that they paid a lot of attention to all of the things we're talking about today, about women in astronomy, about outreach, about cultural practices and honoring them, and about really being part of our communities. And they defined a very important term that we're trying to use to pivot all of our work and all of our partnerships in the community at Noir Lab and Rubin. So I'm just going to read this. The astronomy community should, through the American Astronomical Society, in partnership with other professional societies like the Physics Society, Geophysical Union, IAU, work with experts from other experienced disciplines, such as archaeology and social sciences, and representatives from local communities to define a community astronomy model of engagement that advances scientific research while respecting, empowering, and benefiting local communities. So when I'm going to talk about some of the work we're doing, we're thinking about all of this work and outreach and being a real partner in our communities in terms of sociological development. And we're starting to think about these concepts with our experts in sociology and in humanities sciences. So I'm going to define 3 terms. It's okay, I'm not going to quiz anybody, but we need to think about 3 kind of worldviews. There's an interactional worldview, a transactional worldview, and a mutuality worldview. So interactional is like neither purely active or passive. This person or group engages in an interactive relationship with the environment. So they respond to like instantaneous stimuli. So like when you're meeting a person from a new culture, you may kind of adapt yourself a little bit, but you're not really, you know, holistically engaging with them. Transactional is when we start to shift our notion of culture to ways of life, rather than treating culture as just a static characteristic of groups, like ethnicity. Someone has this culture because it's their ethnicity, and they have this defining characteristic because of this identity. We need to think about it as part of their life, part of their ways, part of everyone's way of life is their culture, right? So this allows us to shift our focus on people's participation in cultural communities across generations, right? And not just be corresponding to a static characteristic like their ethnicity, right? And then mutuality is the extent to which an organization reflects the community which it serves. So I just want to pause here and take a comment or two. How might these different worldviews influence how we engage with our communities? And I know there's a lot of vocabulary here, and I understand that it might be overwhelming, so I can provide an example if no one has a thought.
Well, some of those, you might end up in conflict.
That's very true.
For me, I also see movement, and I see learning. I see sort of constant change that all of us are learning from one another, right? And it's not just the astronomers learning about the universe, but everybody learns from one another in a continuous conversation.
That's a good point. And that's where you're kind of thinking with the mutuality worldview, that your organization is really reflecting the community that it's serving. I'll take one more comment, but I just want to interject this interactional worldview. If you can imagine, like, let's say you're participating in an outreach event in, at a school or in a community, you have a booth somewhere. Interactional may be like, you've produced a lot of different things for like the children or the community to interact with, and they've got a lot of different people to answer questions and things like that. But let's say you don't have a space for neurodiverse learners. So during that booth, you may encounter some people who come up to your booth and try to experience your materials and things like that, but they can't actually access them. So you may make some accommodations on the fly. But interactional is that you didn't build that into your booth. You didn't build that into your presence in the first place. That's kind of what interactional means. Transactional is where you're starting to think and building those things into the presence at first and thinking about all the different communities you may serve. And then mutuality is where you come when you're saying, these are all of the possible communities that we're servicing and that we're serving as based on where we're located, based on a lot of different things. So we're taking all of those inputs and we're building them into our presence. We're building them into all of our partnerships. Was there one more comment before I move on?
Oh, no, now I understand better what you were saying, because my comment was going to be, you don't have an homogeneous community that you're serving. So you have a mixed community, and the only way to know what they need is to ask them first. So how are you addressing that problem? Thank you.
That's some stuff we're going to be talking about, but we're going to be talking about how that needs to be done inside the organization before we go out and do things like outreach or community engagement events. So I'm going to talk about InReach. InReach is a term that's kind of emerging. It's used to describe work done in the organization or a working group maybe to harmonize with outreach activities, with community engagement. And then I'm going to define DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. These are the principles that you apply when you're approaching programs and implementation of anything that goes on in an organization. So I'm going to ask here, how do you think that diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility and InReach, how do you think these things overlap? How do you think these things complement each other? Go ahead. I'll take one or two comments and then I'll move on so I can.
My first thought is that if you already have at least a diverse group that helps with understanding the outside as well. Sort of, if you understand your group and they all have different opinions that I can put in, that can reflect on your approach to the community and your approach to new people as well. It's hard to have all these new terms.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I've
I like
kind
it.
of thrown an avalanche of new vocabulary words at everybody. But I'll take one more comment in the back and then I'll have to move on. Okay, yeah. Can we read one or two comments from the chat, please? I can't see them. I apologize. Yeah, so I'm reading the chat now. So community astronomy is astronomy done locally within a community? Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'll take one more comment and then I'll move on.
Yeah, very similar to what was said before. If you have a diverse team, then you already have different perspectives from different identities in the community that you might be representing. So while it is still important to go to the community because there's so much diversity that you can encounter, having a team that's already having different perspectives, having different experiences based on their different identities, that can give you like a stronger foundation to start off with.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So I'm going to move on just so I can finish the material and then we can have time after the session and later on to discuss. But so I want to there's a lot of emphasis on the need for the team to be diverse and the need for the organization to be very diverse, achieving mutuality, right? The organization or the group is reflective of the communities that it's serving, right? But how do we achieve these diversities? How do we ensure that the people who are a part of that group really understand the communities they're serving, right? Because we don't want to just get a bunch of astronomers and send them out to the public and have them engage with people that they really don't understand or have any knowledge of, right? There's a lot of different contexts, there's a lot of different things that happen that we need to be aware of before we're stepping in our communities. And that's the point I'm trying to make, how important it is to do this work inside an organization, even before you start making grandiose plans to go out in the community. So some examples of that, of course, in NORA Lab, our facilities, we have telescopes on Mauna Kea in Hawaii, and we have telescopes on indigenous lands in Tucson, the Thana-Atham Nation. And if we're engaging with these communities and we're bringing them in as partners, it's very important that as our work and before we go out into these communities, we understand their history and their place and their context much more than just going out there and saying, look at all this great stuff we're doing while we're just using your land and using your resources, right? So it's important to make time, make space, make resources to culturally train the people in your group to reflect the communities you're serving. These include things like language development, community studies and discussions, right? Creation of resource and ally groups so that people who are there from your communities can elevate these big contexts to leadership and spread this knowledge across the organization. Basic things like community engagement training and how to be, you know, respectful in public presence. And then as an organization, building paths to achieve this mutuality, building paths so that as an organization, you really reflect the communities you're serving. So these are like, of course, professional pipelines or internships, not only that, but, you know, offering learning experiences and offering and making space for different experiences within the organization so that everybody in the organization is truly partnered and truly understands where they are in the context of, in a greater context. So finally, I just want to leave these parting thoughts. How can you connect work in InReach to work in community astronomy? How can one influence the other? Yeah, sorry.
Well, we have about 13 seconds. So I think we have time for like one thought.
I mean, I think they directly relate because the work that you do with InReach, you know, is bringing up the cultural competency of that group, and they're going to go out and interact with their communities as well with this knowledge in their minds. And so even when it's coming to like the telescopes exactly, like they will have that knowledge too and be thinking about that when making decisions about their own work. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for your comment. That was very succinct and wonderful to end on. So thank you. But I'll stick around in case anyone wants to discuss this. Thank you for being flexible and receiving so much new vocabulary words. I realize I laid it on pretty thick, so I apologize about that. But I'm happy to discuss further.
All right, let's thank Alicia. Our next talk is by Sophie Bartlett on attendance isn't enough. Metrics for measuring the impact of equitable practices in astronomy education.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Sophie Bartlett from the UK. I work for Cardiff University and for the Office of Astronomy for Education. And I'm of education aspects, but I think what I will be talking about applies to kind of industry and everything as well. And certainly something that I've come across in my work. So I used to be an astronomer. My undergrad is astronomy, but I think I can't really claim that anymore. I'm more of a social scientist, an educationalist. And what we see in work done on equality is that they're mainly diversity metrics. Who came, where are they from, what kind of disabilities do they have, what are their socioeconomic status. So we know who's there, but we rarely see much about what kind of experience they had. So we're really kind of missing out on whether this is actually working. And that's kind of what I mean by that. I'm here, but it's awful. I'm having a terrible time. So I want to talk a bit about why it's important to go beyond just diversity metrics and look a bit more about the experiential aspects. And I wanted to just set the scene a bit because I had a really striking conversation in my work recently where somebody said to me, you need to make this important for people who don't care about people. And I was like, well, okay. And really what it was, but really what they were saying is there's a recruitment's the priority, and if people are doing the jobs, then that's fine. So we really kind of wanted to emphasize it's not just about the individuals feeling that they belong there, but actually the workforce is, by being very homogenous, they're missing out on an untapped skill and kind of pool of talent. They're limiting their innovation and their creativity, and it also kind of ruins their own public reputation and their global competitiveness. So it's really not just about making it good for people, but it's beneficial to industry as well. And a lot of what I've done is kind of empirical research. So we did a study in Europe. We had 5 European countries, and I implemented surveys with 3,000 secondary school students. And we asked them, is space science interesting and is it important? And this was really positive. So over 3/4 thought space was interesting and felt it was important to society. But when we looked at their kind of own connection with astronomy and with space, it was much bleaker. So in terms of whether they felt like they could work in that industry when they grew up, they didn't really see that as something for them, and they didn't really want to do that either. So although they saw the value, they found it interesting, that interest wasn't enough to translate into seeing this as a field that they belong in. So, and I think this problem was really well captured by this 12-year-old from England, and she just said, it's interesting, but it's just not really for me. And I was like, oh God, it was so succinct and it really encapsulates the problem. So a lot of the work that I've been doing recently is about kind of moving from attendance to being interested and to having a perception that this is a place for me and where I belong. And the reason for this is because we just really want to level the playing field. It's completely fine if people don't want to do astronomy or space because they're not interested in it, they have competing priorities, but we really don't want them to think that they can't do it because it isn't something for them. We see over and over, even people with high performance, high interest still aren't pursuing this because they think it's not for them or they're not good enough. So we really wanted to unpick the complexity of where these views are coming from. And it really is multifaceted. It's really hard to get this from just quantitative metrics and yeah, seeing who's there really doesn't work. We really need to tap into all of these other areas. So what we were trying to do is speak to people, not just ask them survey questions, but have interviews with them, observe them, talk to them as they're having different experiences. And we wanted to produce a bit of a framework of how we can be inclusive. And just to kind of emphasize this complexity, one way of gathering feedback was we used drawings. We asked them to draw themselves in a science lesson, and then we also asked them to write how they feel. And this one here was a 12-year-old female that said, topics, she's got into speech bubbles, topics I enjoy aren't talked about as much, but I can't mention it. And that was really sad. It kind of indicates that she's interested in certain topics, but the curriculum is kind of stifled. She doesn't have her own autonomy or agency to contribute in what she wants to learn about. And then how she feels, she says she's intrigued, but she's also overwhelmed and comfortable, but bored. So it was quite interesting to see these kind of different aspects. And this next one stood out for me, and I think about this all the time, this picture of this girl wearing an I Heart Science top, but then in terms of her feelings, she feels nervous, she feels scared, and she's not confident. So if you'd taken just one of these, you'd have drawn very different conclusions, whereas having the both, it kind of paints a very different picture. And I think that really emphasizes how we need to be really careful about how we're measuring impact and feedback from people. So what we did is we interrogated everyone. No, we spoke to young people, we spoke to teachers, we spoke to kind of practitioners, outreach coordinators, and we tried to see what was happening that really meant inclusion was taking place. So although the picture's quite bleak, we saw 20% do want to do it. And we did some interventions and we did see some improvements there. And I wanted to just share a bit about the key takeaways that we found to work. So one of them was using existing interests to frame interventions and make connections. So in our project, although it was about astronomy and space, we really didn't talk about astronauts or scientists at all. We promoted other careers. So we learned about what students were interested in. A lot of them wanted to be lawyers. So we spoke about kind of the ethics of sending people to places where we don't know the real risks. Also who kind of owns land, things like that. Some wanted to be designers, fashion designers. So we spoke about spacesuits and uniforms and things like that, and how kind of NASA and ESA have a reputation and they have a brand. We spoke about all things like this. My favorite one was this one 7-year-old boy just wanted to be a gardener and he was so uninterested in astronomy. He's like, no, I don't want to listen. I want to be a gardener. So then we started talking about if we're going to colonize another planet, we need an atmosphere and we need to grow plants and trees. And then by the end of the session, he was like, I'm going to be the first gardener on Mars. And I was a bit worried it might be a bit of an unrealistic aspiration, but the point is he really kind of had a chance to see the different applications and you're not kind of siloed, even if you have a career decision you've already made. Identifying appropriate role models. This is actually really difficult. We see role models talked about a lot, but finding a good one is really hard, particularly when you're working with wide audiences. And it can't be just anyone. It really needs to be someone that these people identify with. That can just be as simple as having the same beliefs or religious background, growing up in the same area, listening to the same kind of music. It gives them just kind of a sense that actually, if they can do it, then maybe that could be me in the future. If it's somebody who just seems really unlike them, it doesn't really work and it can actually make things worse in that disconnect. In-person engagements are really important, and also that kind of ongoing engagement. So a lot of what we do is we repeat engagement with children. We see them over and over again. So they start to develop their confidence. You kind of go in on the first day, they're a bit shy, they're a bit apprehensive, but then you start to get to know their names, you get to know that they want to be a gardener, or and then they begin to feel a sense of belonging and that they're cared about there, and that was really important. Obviously, it's a lot more time and resource intensive, but the benefits are certainly fruitful. How we frame science, we've done a lot to kind of, it's not just about knowing the answers, but it's about coming up with questions. So we see that a lot of young people are scared to answer questions. They're worried they're going to get things wrong. So instead, we sometimes say, well, if I ask you, like, we'll ask a question and then we'll say, what other questions does this make you think of, rather than what answers do you have to these questions? And then that kind of prompts discussion, which is really nice, and they can have that autonomy in contributing there. Time, I'm sure, as astronomers, you get your data back and it's really not what you're hoping for. So not something that to be afraid of, but that's actually how you learn. You try things again, and that if you don't get it right the first time, that doesn't mean you should rule yourself out of that. It's actually important to do that. So after all this work, we kind of came up with a framework of inclusion. So obviously a lot of these kind of apply to pupils and education, but I think it also applies to adults trying to find new career paths. So having agency and ownership, feeling you have control and a voice in your setting. Connection to opportunities, so it's not just kind of siloed to these kind of one intervention activities, or doing in-reach, seeing what other opportunities are available within your company or within your school or in your local area, other people kind of like you. That social connection is really important. We try to do a lot of, because we're really limited of what we can do in the classroom. If they go home and they have very different experiences, then that's not going to help. So we try to encourage conversations with friends, with family, feeling like they have somebody else with them along the way. They're not kind of by themselves. And that kind of links, these are all kind of very connected. So feeling that you belong there, you're connected to other people, you can contribute your ideas. But you're also developing skills. So you're kind of not just there as a fun day out or anything like that, but you are developing, you feel you're improving as a person as well. And most importantly, seeing it as relevant. This one has been making me go prematurely grey, because we've been really struggling with relevance in astronomy. As you know, it's hard, it's not something you encounter perhaps day to day in your daily life. But what we found was really important was actually the experience itself was relevant. So we work with really underserved groups, and these kids are like, all they're worried about is why they don't have a dad or why they don't have 3 meals a day. They're not really, they don't see kind of the next JWST as being relevant to them. But what they do see as relevant is being able to, we have supper clubs, so they go, they have a hot meal and they learn about science. That's a relevant experience to them. They get to speak to their peers. They get to make things and take them home and have that's theirs. So that relevant experience is really important, not just, the science is just the vehicle to that. And so we did some of these things, we targeted these areas, and these were some quotes that we came back from pupils that I thought were just really nice. One female student said she just thought being an astronaut or scientist is a really out there job and only very few people get to do that. But seeing all these different scientists around the world and different things you can do, it made it feel a bit more realistic. And someone else just said that if they felt the curriculum, this is a very eloquent student in Italy, much more accessible curriculum with new specializations connected to space. So seeing that it's not just being an astronomer, you can do all kinds of other things with these skills. And a teacher also said, and I think anyone that's been in a school, or I remember saying this, what's the point in doing trigonometry? What's the point in doing it? And it gave the teachers as well kind of something, an aid to say, well, actually, this is all, even if you want to go into fashion, you can still use science in that as well. So it helps answer those, what's the point, and provides useful context in class. So yeah, it's really not a one size fits all. It would be great if there was. It's hard work, and you can do the same thing. Certainly in my PhD, I developed a resource and it was implemented in 10 schools. I gave the teachers the exact same material, and it was completely different. They did it completely differently in all schools. The students responded differently. Just because you have a really structured material, it will be implemented differently because we're people and we're unique. So really what you need to do, I think, is get to know your audience, build relationships with them, and think about how this is important to them. And the same applies to evaluation methods. So what might work, asking a survey is sometimes helpful, but other times you might want to ask them to do drawings or speak to them. And different methods will get different information. So get a sense of what you need to find out and who you need to find it out from. So just to summarize, people will have lots of interests, but they can only really pick one career at any given time. And that interest isn't enough to translate into a sense of belonging and aspiration. It's really easy to drive interest, but driving a sense of belonging is really quite difficult, and it's really multifaceted. So introduce people to people like them, their future selves, what they might be. And really, we need to change the field. It's not changing the individual. So thank you. I will leave it there.
Thank you, Sophie. We do have time for one or maybe two questions, and let me ask our online folks first if they have any questions. Can we see the online people? Okay, doesn't look like it. So is there a question from here, from someone who hasn't already asked a question? You repeaters.
Repeat offenders.
Okay, we will start over. Okay, we'll reset the clock.
Thanks. I'm actually curious because I did live in Britain for a while. If you have had any pushback from children with like essentially class loyalty or class identity, because I found this at least amongst my friends, even in university, that they were having an internal conflict about becoming no longer working class, because there's a very big pride among the working class in Britain. And I think this also carries over different countries in Europe as well. I see it in the industrial areas in the Netherlands, where you have the shippers and the children will become shippers, the farmers' children will become farmers.
Yeah.
Do you find this as a barrier when you do this work as well?
That's a really good point, and I think is certainly a challenge when you bring the diversity of these people together. We haven't really seen that, which is a good thing, but probably quite naive, and I'm sure we will encounter that. But we tend to not separate them, but kind of, because what we do is so targeted, we appreciate that we can't do something that's going to work for everybody. So actually we do very targeted interventions, which means the groups are smaller. So they're with people like them, so that, and they're not, although in the back of our minds, we're thinking about these kind of characteristics and demographics, it's not kind of implicit in what we're doing. So they're not really, I would say, aware that we're targeting them as working class or targeting them as additional learning needs. So we haven't seen that, but I think that is really important, and something that we certainly try to capture, and I think is certainly worth thinking about when you kind of scale things up. Thank you.
All right,
I'll be here all day.
I feel like we should just have a free-for-all session and forget the presentations and just stay here all day, get pizzas brought in, and invite our online folks also to get their own pizzas and join us.
So, I think more general as a point, I think we are holding the wrong kinds of meetings. We are not making use of the fact that we are together in one room, because we fill up all the time with talks, and we should fill up a little bit of time with talks that get the discussion going, but then we should leave time for the discussion.
Okay, so we will do that at the end. And I would like to invite John Zarnecki, I hope I pronounced that properly, to give us a talk on the analysis of the principal investigators, of the European Space Agency science missions between 1975 and 2024, implications for nationality and gender. And this is a contributed talk, and I will be doing the slides for John. So just tell me next slide and I will do my best.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm sorry that I can't be there. I had to leave early for family reasons, but I hope this will work. So what I'm going to talk about, will be perhaps slightly different from what we've already heard this morning, And if I could have the next slide, please. Let me say that what I'm going to talk about is part of a wider study, which is about to appear as a Springer book in the what is called the ISI series. ISI is the International Space Science Institute, and they have a booth at the General Assembly in the exhibition hall. You might have come across them, and it was under their auspices that a working group was set up, and you can see all the names at the top there. And it was looking at various aspects of the European Space Agency science program. We were looking at various ways of measuring success or otherwise of various missions, but also looking at issues of EDI issues also. So I commend this book to you, and it's about to appear literally any day now. And it looked at the overall working group looked at things like publications produced by science missions, looked at gender and nationality distribution. It looked at the allocation of observing time for the observatory type missions, you know, XMM and Herschel, for example. Again, looked at gender, age, and nationality issues. But what I'm going to talk about is the part of this study which looked at the PIs, the principal investigators for the science instruments on the various missions. Next slide, please. For those of you who are not familiar with ESA, the European Space Agency, just a few words. There's a sentence there from the ESA Convention, and the important thing from my perspective here is that it currently consists of 22 member states, and they're a disparate group, so they vary from the largest being Germany with a population of around 85 million to the smallest being Luxembourg with a population of only just about 500,000. So wide variety of countries. Next, please. So I'm going to talk of the science program only. ESA is involved in many other aspects of space activities, but it's science only that we're talking about here. And when ESA started about 50 years ago, science missions were chosen on a pretty ad hoc basis, whereas from the mid-80s, a more structured approach was introduced with a sort of a program with at least a decade-long view to it. So it started with Space Science Horizon 2000, and we're now just coming to the end of the Cosmic Vision period, which is up to 2025. And there's a study which is Voyage 2050, which has identified the areas that ESA will concentrate on for the next 25 years. Hello, I think I got muted for a minute, so hopefully you can hear me. As far as science is concerned, that is the only part of the ESA program that is mandatory. It's compulsory. Every country has to take part, and it contributes to that program according to a formula which is based on the GDP, gross domestic product, essentially the size of the economy of each country. And that in some ways makes life easy. There's no argument about what each country pays. And within this science program, to put it very simply, the way it works is that ESA funds the spacecraft, also operations and project management, whereas the member states pay for the payloads, the science instruments. That's broadly speaking the division for most missions. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've now got two slides which show the sort of missions that ESA have been involved with, first in the solar system and then in the astrophysics domain. And you can see the sort of diversity of missions, and they vary from ESA-only missions like Rosetta and Giotto and Mars Express, through to those in which ESA collaborates, for example, Cassini-Huygens, where ESA was the minor partner to NASA, or missions with India, Chandrayaan-1, Chang'e-1, China, and there are also collaboration Hinode with Japan. So quite a variety there of missions and modes of working. And the next slide shows similarly for astrophysics. You can see, missions like LISA Pathfinder, which was essentially ESA only, through to Hubble and JWST, which are where ESA is a minor partner to others. Okay, so once a mission is chosen, what happens next? So the instruments are normally selected by open competitions. They're thrown open to the community through announcement of opportunity, and they're selected by a peer review system, which is essentially made up of members of the science community. And the normal way of working is that an instrument will be proposed and led by a PI, a principal investigator, and perhaps co-PIs who have a leading role, but smaller than the overall instrument PI. And what we have done is we have looked at all of the science missions over the nearly 50 years of ESA's existence, and tried to identify all the PIs and co-PIs on all the missions. And for those, we have examined and recorded the countries, the ages, and the genders of, we could find 293 original PIs and co-PIs from 26 ESA missions. These were from ESA member states only. Sometimes PIs are from non-ESA member states. Now, there's an enormous diversity of mission types. For example, the Comet mission Rosetta had 29 PIs and co-PIs. So there are a large number of instruments in Rosetta and the Philae lander. Solar Orbiter had 23, and Euclid had 1 PI. So to take account of that, we weighted the results so that Rosetta would not have 29 times the importance of Euclid. So we tried to balance up that diversity of number of PIs. Also mission size. I mean, some are in the ESA parlance, large, medium, or small missions. So again, we took account of that factor, weighted accordingly, and also made a simple weighting for PI and COI contributions. Now, one might expect in the long term that the number of PIs and co-PIs would reflect, or should reflect, the size of the country's contribution, which, remember, is essentially an indication of the country's size and perhaps size of its scientific community. And so this graph shows the sort of simple, or the simplest overview of all of that data, where along the x-axis, along the bottom, you have the percentage contribution, financial contribution to the science program, and the y-axis shows the percentage of the number of member state PIs. So in perhaps an ideal world, you'd expect all of the dots to fall on that line with the number of PIs reflecting the size of the contribution. So what you find is that the four, could we go back to the previous slide? Sorry. Yeah. So the four largest contributors, the four largest economies in ESA member states are Germany, France, Italy, and United Kingdom. And as you can see, those four dominate the numbers. They contribute around 68% at the moment to the total finance of the science program, and their number of PIs is comparable to that percentage. There are differences, though, as you can see. My country, United Kingdom, falls slightly below the line, and the others a bit above, but not grossly statistically significant. For the other countries, the two that I've highlighted, who are, one significantly above and one significantly below the line, the Netherlands appears to do particularly well, and Spain is somewhat underrepresented. And there are also, and I was surprised by this, there are 3 countries who have never had a PI or co-PI in any of the science missions. Now, of course, some of them have not been members for the full length of the nearly 50 years of ESA's existence. Next slide, please. We also looked at gender distribution. Of course, we're conscious that gender is more than a binary issue, but we really had not the resources to do anything more than try to identify male and female. We found, and we included here non-member states, of 348 PIs, only 28 were female, representing less than 8% of the total. To look a little bit deeper at this, we'd also identified what we call the academic age of PIs at appointment. So this was the number of years since the awarding of a PhD, and that average age was PhD plus 14 years. So typically an actual age of 40 to 45, so mid-career scientist. And we looked at the very useful data that the IAU publishes on its membership, and this shows that in that age range, 26% of members are female. So one might simply expect that that's the sort of percentage you might find amongst the PIs that we looked at. But of course, this is data going back over nearly 50 years, and this figure, and the IAU data shows this, has been changing, of course, over the years, and was much lower 40 years ago, for example. Next slide, please.
John, you have 1 minute and a, John, hang on, you have 1.5 minutes left.
Okay, I make it 2.5, but I defer to you. So
I'm just going by the clock.
As I was advised, I set a timer. Anyway, here is the data for gender for all of the science missions. The thing to look at are the percentages on the top of each bar. So, in fact, the first female PIs in the ESA program occurred with the Giotto mission in the early 80s. But you can see generally the percentages through to really the last decade were remarkably low. And there is perhaps an indication, statistically not yet significant, but the last decade you can see as higher numbers, 10%, 25%, 27%, 30%, and so on. So there's perhaps an indication, as perhaps one would expect, of an uptick there. Next slide, please. As I said, the overall study included a large study of publications, and we've also plotted here the relative payload contribution against the relative number of publications for each country. So, an ideal world, everybody should sit on the intersection of those two blue lines where you have the expected number of PIs and the expected number of publications. So if you're in the top right quadrant, you're doing better for PIs and better for publications. So, you know, superficially, it would seem that countries such as Sweden and the Netherlands are doing rather well in this respect, although there's, you know, this is a crude measure and there's a great deal more, you know, behind these figures. Okay,
John,
next slide, which I think is the last one.
Okay.
Okay, so last slide. Recommendations and conclusions. One thing that we found rather striking was actually how difficult it was to find some of this information, particularly on the, you know, the formation, the makeup of the teams. It's not that it was secret by any means, but you know, it's scattered, it's diverse, it's all over the place, and of course, as we're looking back 40 or 50 years, some of it is quite difficult to access. So we would recommend that this sort of information be recorded when science missions are selected. I mean, it would be very easy to do, and just to keep it together in a homogeneous form for people to access and look at and look for trends and so on. We also were struck by the poor representation of some of the smaller countries, and you know, certainly in Europe, one might think of a mentoring scheme for new and prospective instrument leaders, and also this might increase the number of female instrument consortia PIs and also team members. So if you have been listening, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. In spite of my best efforts, we're a little bit over time, but let's have our next speaker, and that is Cheyenne. I think I said that right, Polius. Improving diversity, equity, and inclusion, one hashtag at a time. And you get the magic 15 minutes total.
Which one is this? This one is the pointer.
This is the pointer, and that's the advanced slide.
Hello, everyone. I have some good news and some bad news. Bad news is I'm standing in between you and your lunch. And the good news is my presentation has a lot of pictures. So hopefully after all the amazing information we've gotten today, this one will be, yeah, just lots of pictures. Pictures are always a good thing, right? Like I was introduced, my name is Cheyenne Polius, and I'm here representing two organizations. I'm the social media director for Black in Astro and the executive director for Lunar Journeys. And we'll talk about what these organizations do. I just want to say that the fact that I'm here representing both of these organizations is a testament that diversity, equity, and inclusion can be improved one hashtag at a time. And that's all what my presentation is about. So like I said, pictures in no particular order, and hopefully by the end of this 10 to 15 minutes, these pictures will make a bit more sense in your head. So we'll start with Lunar Journeys. This is an organization that I founded in my home island called St. Lucia. It's a very tiny island in the Caribbean, and it's actually now one of the highest, the country is one of the highest Olympic medals per capita. So if you don't know about St. Lucia, let this be the last time you don't know about St. Lucia. And it's an organization, it's a social enterprise that's founded to help connect the Caribbean to the cosmos. There's not very much happening on a national level or on an official level in the Caribbean when it comes to astronomy. When I decided I wanted to become an astrophysicist, nobody knew what that was. I barely knew what that was. So this organization is to help change that. We had a lot of talks on just improving diversity in the field, and there's just a whole region of people who have brilliant minds who just need to know that these opportunities exist. So that's what Luna is all about. And Black in Astro was founded to amplify the voices of Black people in space fields and also help support them as well. It was founded during in the middle of the pandemic, following the Black Lives Matter movement, the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement, following the murder of George Floyd. And we were all stuck at home in a pandemic, seeing all this terrible news. And the first hashtag that came out from it was Black in the Ivory. So talking about Black people's experiences in academia, all of the negative, because that's what was happening at the time, going from experiencing police brutality and now bringing it down into, well, this is terrible. And we also, as scientists, as researchers, as students, we also have a very bad experience in academia as well. And then Ashley Walker, an African-American woman, she's now doing her PhD, she's an astrochemist. She decided to break it down into astronomy, and she said, hashtag Black in Astro. And now if you go searching, you can find Black in everything, Black in mathematics, Black in engineering, Black in chemistry, whatever your field or subdiscipline, you will find a Black in, to the point where we have a Black in X network trying to bring all of us together and trying to help collaborate all of our efforts. But Black in Astro was the first one, I'm proud to say. And it was that same thing of just using that hashtag Black in Astro to share experiences of being Black people in astronomy and what that looks like. Eventually, the hashtag evolved into just not just sharing negative experiences, but also sharing the positive and sharing the joy and sharing the wins we've had along the way. And like, yes, we deal with a lot of adversity as Black people in science, but we're doing amazing science. We're doing amazing things. We're still, out here enjoying life and having to highlight that as well. Now, I'm what Gen Z will call chronically online. I've always been a social media girl. That's always been my thing. I've always loved posting on social media. So when I saw this hashtag, it got all the way across the pond to the UK where I was doing my degree. I was in the last semester of my master's, stuck in a house by myself in the middle of lockdown, and saw this hashtag Black in Astro. So of course, I started tweeting. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm here too. I'm doing this. Look at me, yay. And that's how Ashley found me. And she's like, oh, I like this girl. And that's very much mutual now. Ashley's a great person. So that was the beginning of Black in Astro, quite literally a hashtag that gained a lot of momentum and gave us a chance to, honestly, that was the first time I felt seen. And the only thing I'm sad about is the fact that this came towards the end of my degree when I was pretty much already done, but I hadn't realized just how isolated and othered I'd felt until I met other Black people doing astronomy. I was the only Black woman in my year, and it was maybe 3 or 4 Black guys. So I took it as, yeah, okay, I decided to move to a very white city in the UK to do an astronomy degree. I wasn't very surprised. I was mentally prepared for that. But it wasn't until I found that community, I realized how much better my experience could have been. So when Ashley came to me and said, hey, do you want to be part of my team to help keep this Black in Astro thing going? I said, definitely, sure. And now I'm being chronically online for Black in Astro, running their social media. So if you see a tweet or you see an Instagram post, it's probably me. Please be nice. So that's these 2 organizations. And yeah, it's really just, I grew up on a very tiny island in the Caribbean, and here I am representing Black in Astro, aiming at an international astronomy conference. If that's not improving diversity in astronomy, I don't know what is. That's why I say I'm a walking testament to improving diversity, equity, and inclusion, one hashtag at a time. But it's not just me. We do have some other examples as well. So if we look here, we have the Annie Monda Medal for Outreach that we won from the Royal Astronomical Society last year for the work that we do. And this is me and our events director, Kishon, collecting that award. And this was off the back of now, it's been 5 years of Black in Astro, and we have an annual week called Black Space Week. We started off as Black in Astro Week, but it's evolved to Black Space Week to not just incorporate people who do astronomy, but all space-related fields. So we have space lawyers, we have aerospace engineers. If you like the stars, you're welcome in Black in Astro. That's our ethos. And it's a week, because we started with the hashtag, it's a week of majority virtual events. So webinars, panels, research showcases, all trying to help amplify the great work that we're doing, letting people and supporting people through the work. Supporting people through what they want to do, whether they want to get into the field, whether they want support staying in the field, or whether they need support of how to navigate life out after their degree. We want to support as many people as we can. And we got from just being a hashtag to last year, having our first in-person event with the support of NASA and the National Space Council in the United States. So now we have recognition from Royal Astronomical Society, NASA, National Space Council, all coming from one hashtag. So Matthias mentioned earlier about the fact that social media, we don't know if it's going to be around forever, but taking the chance now and the fact that it is around right now has gotten us recognition from these big names and these very official organizations. So I think Black in Astro, even if our tweets might disappear, hopefully we're here to stay. And what's in the middle, it's a letter from the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and now presidential candidate, just congratulating us for the work that we do. She's the chair of the National Space Council, so she's very much clued into the in-person event we had last year in Washington, and we had it again this year as well. So they said, this was great, let's do it again. So we took that as a good sign. And this was a letter she sent to us personally to say, congratulations for all the work that you're doing amazing. And honestly, just I couldn't believe it when they said that this happened. And this here, I don't know how many people in the room will recognize this, but I put this picture in here because when we had started the hashtag in 2020, again, everybody's just at home, stuck. I had to get my thesis done for my master's. Some people are working on their PhD. Some people are working on grant applications, postdoc applications. So a group of Black astronomers decided, let's have Zoom accountability session. So we just all get onto a Zoom call, work for an hour or two. And I would get onto these Zoom calls and yeah, we're just chilling at home and seeing people in their bonnets. So this is called a bonnet. If you don't know what a bonnet is, it's like a satin cap that a lot of Black people, I'm sure there's probably other races as well, but I know for a fact I can speak as a Black woman. It's something we wear over our head to sleep. So, and it's not just for us. If you have a satin pillowcase, it's actually really good for your hair and your skin because it prevents it from drying out while you sleep. So that's what we do it for. But it's like when you're just chilling at home, you just have your bonnet on. So just logging onto these Zoom calls and seeing women in their bonnets, that was life-changing because I'd done 4 or 5 years of my degree, my astronomy degree, and always kind of felt like I had to try to fit in or try to not be too different because I look different and I sound different. And I immediately within 10 seconds of someone meeting me, like, oh, where are you from? It's immediately like, okay, you're different. You're not from here. And while that's not always a bad thing, I'm proud of where I'm from. I'm proud to be from the Caribbean, but sometimes it just gets a bit exhausting. So coming into a space where people understand me and people, like I said, it was that first time that I felt seen. So I felt like the bonnet deserved a spot on the slides as well. And this is a map of, like I said, just the places that we've reached just from starting off with that hashtag. So we got a really generous grant from Heisen Simons, and I'm very happy to see them as a sponsor for this conference as well. And we're trying to not just be all talk. While it's great to, have mentorship and help, have people help expose people to astronomy, we want to put our money where our mouth is, or at least put our grant money where our mouth is, and actually provide financial support as well. So from the Heisen Simons grant, we've been able to offer travel grants for students, Black students, to be able to go to conferences all over the world. And it's a fixed amount of money, somewhere between, depending on, some of them have been $500, $700 US, and that can cover their travel, their accommodation, their registration, however they want to spend that money to go to that conference. So all the pegs in blue are places that the conferences have been happening that we've sent people to. So of course, there have been multiple conferences in the United States. We've had conferences in the Netherlands, in Italy, in South Africa. We actually sent someone to the IAU now who's not me. So that's 2 people we've sent to the IAU this year. And then the ones in red are the places that these people are from. So maybe they might be in a university in the United States, but we have people who are from the United States. We had someone who's doing, we have a research showcase for undergraduates and graduates every Black Space Week. So this includes travel grants and winners of our research showcase. One of them was from Jamaica this year, so another fellow Caribbean person. We have somebody from Brazil, from Nigeria, from South Africa as well. So we have someone from South Africa who we've sent to a conference somewhere else in the world. And we have the United Kingdom as well. So this is an organization that's only been around for 5 years. We've only just had our first couple of in-person events, and we've already had impact all over the world. I was just saying when I was making this, we're just missing Asia and Australia, and we've hit all the continents. I mean, unless we want penguins in astronomy, we can try for Antarctica, but that was just such an amazing thing to see that from a hashtag, from an idea, from social media, to this day, we're still doing the majority of our promotion for our events for Black Space Week on social media. It's still very much, that's our foundation, that's the core. And while it's great to, that's how a lot of people interact with us, that's how we meet new people. That's how I've met so many people that I've been interacting with at the conference from Twitter in the audience now, being like, hey, I'm gonna be at the IAU. It's like, oh, me too, like, yay, let's make friends. So I think social media is a very powerful tool in that aspect. Of course, there are downsides to it. You have a lot of misinformation that you have to filter through, but if you're an astronomer, you know how to deal with noise, so that should be fine. I'm glad people got that joke. I love that. I love being around astronomers. And you get the trolls and the bots and people being, you kind of get a lot of disrespect, but I think it's still worth doing. That little yellow star is me, St. Lucia. Like, I put myself as a star because I've also been impacted by Black and Astro, and I'm a star. And I made this presentation, so I could do that. Yeah. That's total for the 15 or for the 10? 15, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. This is at the end anyway. I wouldn't be a social media person if I didn't add some memes to my presentation. So this is just the size of the impact we've had, very big, just from starting off with a hashtag. This is a tip to just, if you are doing social media, try to be as personal as possible. Like, show people's faces, even if it's just a headshot and a bio of your team. Like, if you can't do a full day in the life or whatever, like, try your best to show people's faces and people's interactions, what they're having for lunch at work. Like, those things are really, people respond to that really well compared to just quotes or facts or figures. This is for the trolls. So this sign says 0 days without nonsense, which is how it feels when you're running social media. And this is just to say, together we can make it better. I think we can improve diversity, equity, and inclusion, one hashtag at a time. Thank you.
If you didn't get the snacks at the break and you didn't eat breakfast, you might be hungry, but I did promise that if those of you who want to stick around and talk to each other and ask questions, this is your opportunity, if you're willing to stay with us for a few more minutes. And I want to thank Cheyenne again. That was a lovely talk. And I'm bearing in mind, Ralph, that you said this is not, we need to change the way we do meetings and conferences.
Yeah, but I think this is not just true. I mean, we're following just the normal habits. So we didn't do anything grossly wrong, but I think that normal habit needs some revisitation.
Just because it's traditional doesn't mean it's the right thing to do going forward. Anybody have a burning desire to hold the mic and ask questions?
Yeah, I had a question about your talk just in front of me about kind of trying to make as many as possible people feel welcome and included. I mean, I understand that mission. On the other hand, I mean, the reason it sometimes makes me doubt is that I think it's also okay to enjoy things that you don't want to do. Right? In some sense, I mean, in a way, it's great that many people want to enjoy the fruits of astronomy without actually being astronomers in the same way that I enjoy classical music, although I couldn't play a single note straight if my life depended on it, or enjoy painting, right? So, I mean, how do we find that balance of telling people that it is okay to just enjoy astronomy and not feel like it's for you?
Yeah, I think that's the key thing, and we're certainly not trying to make a factory line of astronomers. But I think the key point that this stemmed from was that a lot of the research says that people are really interested in astronomy and the wider STEM subjects, and even those that are really capable in performing highly, when they choose other avenues, they say, yeah, I did like it, but I just didn't feel good enough. So I think that's kind of the main thing that we're trying to do, is just break down that perception that, and I think that's, we have a campaign in the UK at the moment by the Institute of Physics called Bin the Boffin. So kind of not using these terms like nerds and geeks and stuff, and a lot of people seem to think it's because they're derogatory, which they are to people who are geeks or nerds. But I think an equally big problem is that if you don't see yourself as a geek or a nerd, then that automatically means you don't feel that you belong there. So it's not just about the people that are that stereotype, that it's not very nice to them, but also that you don't have to be that, you don't have to fit that stereotype to belong in that space. But ultimately, yeah, the key thing, and actually in that framework I showed, it doesn't include fun and enjoyment. And actually in retrospect, we've now been thinking we actually probably need to put that in that framework somewhere, because not as kind of an outcome as such that we're trying to target, but kind of an underlying process. These need to be enjoyable, pleasant experiences. And ultimately, yeah, we want them to have a good time there, whether they come back again or not.
Yeah.
Could I just comment on something that you said there about students, younger people being critical of saying, I'm not good enough to do this. And I just want to share, I'm obviously retired now, but earlier in my career, for almost 10 years, I was a physics tutor at what was then a women's college at Oxford. And it was through doing this, I discovered something that I had never realized, and that is that virtually every woman I taught could only ever see the problems that she was having and that was holding her back. All the men I taught, every single one, would always minimize. They'd never admit it. They would hide it. You'd have to drag it out of them. Women were far more honest. And so what you said about soul reaction, this is not for me, because I don't get what's happening. I think I'm struggling somehow. Watch out for younger women moving themselves out of a possibility by being too critical of what they see as their own abilities. And I'll tell you, this this continues much further in the careers of people through their lives, because I see this happening all the time.
I also want to remind people online that they're welcome to ask questions as well.
Thank you. So the question, again, to the same person that we just had questions. So in your metrics, I saw the influence of teacher, but I think the bigger influence are family and society. And so maybe in the future you can include it. So trying to kind of encourage younger generation to explore science should be done through families, right? Because that's what I mean. One of the questions was before, kind of looking at, well, it's a working class or not, kind of related to that, right? But it's really, families and society as well. That's why you see, more kids nowadays want to be lawyers. Well, that's because society thinks it's a appropriate profession now, right? Not scientists.
Sorry, one big barrier, we're really trying to make it kind of community-led, a community-based approach. And we've been working with kind of informal science centres across the UK. And a real big barrier that we encountered was that they are really privileged places to be. Even if they offer free access, like some of our centres are like, oh, we're going to make it free to these people, but they don't have a car, they don't have access to transport. And they kind of, it was only really when they did this that they realized, oh, actually, it's not just about opening our doors. And a lot of, when you get there, a lot of the information, it assumes you can read. It assumes you have some kind of baseline knowledge. So actually, it's really kind of, these activities in these centres are really built towards privileged societies, which is a huge challenge. And that's why we've tried to be doing more things like this. Science suppers where young people come and they bring their families to those. We have things where the museums go to them, they go to like the community hubs, they go to just the supermarkets and do kind of science busking and things like this. So it's really, because that's the thing, and we heard earlier, it's kind of preaching to the converted, and the people that go to science centres already have this kind of element of capital, cultural capital, financial capital, and it's really making sure we get to those underserved groups, and as you say, getting the family involved as well, because they're key influences. And something that we're doing now is, we're very lucky in Wales, we have the census, which has population data, and we're trying to do a mapping exercise of kind of the qualifications and the job professions of parents and how that influences the trajectories of these young people, so we can have more targeted interventions on that.
I want to ask a question of Alicia, because I think one of the things I think it was you who brought up was InReach. So, and Jake earlier had mentioned that one of the changes in direction, if you will, or the additional direction that the working group wants to go to is not just outreach into the community, but also how do we make professional astronomy be the place? And I think this goes to what you were saying, Alicia. How do we make sure that we are inclusive and equitable as professionals working in astronomy? And that gets neglected. If you're a professional astronomer, you know, we've just heard people who are hard or are blind or are visually impaired. How do they manipulate data? If you're somebody from in your country or in another, and you're a member of a traditionally marginalized group, however that's defined, and you become an astronomer, you suffer through, I mean, you enjoy those years of PhD program, you get your PhD, and then what? And we're seeing this now. We see people with PhDs, but there's no jobs for them, or they're not feeling welcome. And we don't always understand what are some of the barriers. I don't have an answer, but I just wanted to make a comment, and maybe somebody has maybe Alicia wants to address that. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's great. Yeah, again, apologies from my talk, including so much new vocabulary, but the point I want to strongly make is that all of these projects of outreach and community and stuff like that are beautiful, but we need to make sure that we're doing these things responsibly. So what InReach is terminology that we're trying to pivot to, because, for example, in the United States, DEIA programs are under attack. And those terminologies have been sequestered as like various derogatory terms. So we're trying to pivot the language so we can preserve our work and our progress in DEIA. InReach, reaching into oneself, reaching into the group or organization so that we are responsible members of our community when we're out in the community. So like what we want to try to do is, for example, when we have, you know, Thana Atham, you know, nights, and we're trying to build relationships with the community college on the nation there in Tucson, we should probably learn something about their culture, and we should probably learn about, you know, the history of that land and all of that stuff before going out into this. So maybe we need to provide several informative training sessions for people before they go out and do these sessions, right? Before they go out and say, look at all this cool stuff we're doing. It's, let's have a real conversation. Let's talk story, as they, you know, as they typically use that term in Hawaii, to just, you know, have a neighborly conversation, sit on the porch. That's the real meaningful stuff when you're talking about outreach, when you're talking about community engagement. So InReach is something that, you know, we all need to do and make space for. And what happens is we need to drive the organizational changes so that time and resources are allocated to these things. So they're not just the converted attending sessions where they know they're going to learn something, where they know they're already buying into this stuff. We need to make it normalize, InReach as a part of our work anywhere in the astronomy industry.
Ralph's wanted to talk and then. Well, I'm beginning to feel that I should just hand the mic to you guys. So that I don't have to moderate. And then let's do a few and then let's think about lunch.
Yeah, so I wonder if we can go back, if you don't mind, to your initial comment earlier about the format of these particular sessions at conferences. I was at the Society for Mathematical Biology conference virtually a few months ago, and it was the same thing. Diversity is part of the program. It's on the last day. Okay, and so we have a full, at least we have more time today. We have a full day of that, which is a huge improvement. But is this the most effective way of integrating diversity, equity, inclusion into our program? And maybe, Jake, this is something for you to take forward as the leader. Maybe we need more actual workshops, integrating something into the gala dinner, for example, keynote addresses, but have things early on so that it is seen. I think, I don't know if it was you or Sophie who mentioned going to workshops where this is integrated into the program. We need to be seeing DEI as part of doing what we do, not in addition. And until we start imposing that on the program, nobody else is going to do it. And Jake, earlier when you said, I'm speaking to members of the working group because that's who I can impose something on. Well, hopefully you can also impose something on the council, right? We hope you can, right? Well, maybe they impose, but make the council accountable in some sense. Yeah. Right. Right. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. But I also just want to remind people it's not just traditional DEI. I would like to see. Again, I'm going to go back to my comment because I have the mic and I will do so, which is that it's more than just bringing in people. It's also making sure that they can stay in the profession, whatever that means, whether it's as professional research astronomers, professional communicators about astronomy, et cetera, because we see too many times that we're losing people because we don't know how to keep them. And pardon? Oh, I'm going to give Veronica a chance.
Yeah. Thanks, Ralph. Sorry. No, I just something that has been coming to me all week and all last week at the OAD sessions, the OAO sessions, OAE sessions, all of the sessions, the women in astronomy session, is that we're pushing for making more astronomers, and then they get to the PhD level, and then maybe they finish their PhD, but after that, there's nothing, because the way that we judge your career success is stupid. It's horrific, it's wrong, it's incorrect, it doesn't measure anything. Some places are moving towards, what's it called? Is it DABA?
Dapper dual anonymous peer review?
No, not that. It's the narrative CV. It's Biden is written on it.
Well, when you think of
the narrative CV, is to say that what you're doing is worthwhile.
I'm fighting Ralph for the microphone, but it's okay. Yeah, I totally agree about the meetings and also how we're looking at that in our career. And I think that's one of the things where we really want to do that, looking at astronomy as a community, because we do get into this habit of saying, yes, astronomy is for everyone, as long as you come and be an astronomer in exactly the way that we expect you. But we don't mind who does that as long as you do exactly this. I know a lot of people talk about the system being broken, but we should not say that, because the system does exactly what the system was made for, because this is how our post-Enlightenment, post-colonial system was invented. This is why we have meetings like this, because it's terrifying possibly to people to think about organizing a meeting some other way. And it is nice to tell EC, yes, we should be changing, we should have much more time for discussion and interaction and things, but there's a huge momentum about how meetings happen, like the online platforms are made like this, everything is made like this. How we set up our schedule for these sessions, you have to have submitted an abstract for getting the time in the sessions. So you can't just be like, okay, and now we want this time like this. You can sort of sneak it in, but it's very
it's not how the system is there, and that's not necessarily the IAU. It's also conference software companies. Shall I let Ralph have the microphone?
Yeah. No, one other thing though that I would caution is that, you know, we're talking about including more people in astronomy, you know, giving people opportunities. I think one of the things we should also continue to do is to do this with kind of a brutal honesty and integrity, right? I mean, the number of people who do an astronomy PhD who will remain in astronomy will always be small. Right. And so the whole idea that we say we want to be inclusive in the sense that everyone with an astronomy PhD should have an opportunity to work in astronomy, I think that is nonsense. It's a fallacy. We don't want biases in who we retain, but we don't want to create the illusion that every academic branch that creates PhDs creates those PhDs only for the procreation of its own species. Society would immediately completely defund us if that is what we were doing, right?
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
So the statistics in the US is that about a third of PhDs don't remain in what's called academia. I don't know, I've never been an academic. I've never taught formally as a professor. But I'm still involved in astronomy. So about 30% of your PhDs are going to go do something that isn't astronomy at all.
Globally, the number is 90% of all PhDs.
Okay, well, that's not a bad thing. And in physics, it's 2/3 for the physics PhDs. Now, again, in the US, the unemployment rate for PhDs is close to zero, irrespective of economic situation. I know that that's different in other countries. So Jocelyn Bell Burnell famously said, I don't care how many PhDs we produce, they're all technically trained. And if they go off and get jobs, that's all to the better, even if they don't all stay in astronomy. So I think we have to be careful about saying everybody's leaving astronomy and wring our hands and cry. No, I think, you know, a PhD is an opportunity, whether it's in astronomy or wherever, to learn valuable skills and knowledge. And if it gets applied in neural network or creating AIs where they don't have 6 fingers, but only 5, because they're humans and not Manx cats, that's all to the better. And I'm not going to say any more.
Yeah, I just want to add to this that I think we're not trying to convince, you know, majority of population to become astronomers. I think we really want to open, you know, opportunities for everybody who might have them, right? Who might have interest. You know, critical thinking is another one. I taught at one of the universities, you know, introductory astronomy, and I had students who were, you know, during discussions would say, you know, one of the questions, well, do you think, you know, the US government should consider, you know, launching satellites to the moon, right? Or whatever. And some of the students would say, oh, it's not my area of, I mean, I shouldn't be saying that. There are people who are, you know, more smart. And my reply was, no, what is your opinion? You know, so that's what we're trying to reach. We try to, you know, make people, you know, expand critical thinking. And, you know, science is good in just looking at the world and enjoying all of this, right? And so I agree that, you know, it's not that we're trying to create, you know, a whole bunch of new astronomers, right? But open this opportunity for everybody who may have this, you know, capabilities to, you know, become that, you know, astronomer or physicist.
Okay, I'm going to take the chair's prerogative and tell you to all go eat lunch.
I brought some resources for people to look at if they want about psychological safety.
And I want to thank you all. Okay, hold on a second. And thanks everyone for sticking around. So come back at what, at 1:30.
Thanks for chairing us so gently. You did a great job.
Pardon?
Are you chairing or yeah? I kind of so I'm Asha, but for some reason in some of it puts it Renault is the speaker, but it's actually Asha. It's definitely me speaking. If you click on that version of it, then yes, it does have my name. Yeah. Are you going to be really strict keeping everyone to time? That's possible. Okay.
I don't know if this is, oh, it is on, apparently. Woohoo. So we're supposed to start this session in 1 minute. We might wait 2 minutes so people can get here. Do you want to come and look like you're ready though? So the times that it gives in the program also includes your time for questions. So if you want questions, then stop before the end. This little timer thing tells you how long you've got left. I'll warn you with like 3 minutes. And you have 20 minutes as an invited speaker.
Yes,
Other speakers are 15 minutes.
And how does this work?
Oh, with the clicker, you press the big green arrow goes forward to the next slide. The
Okay.
little red arrow goes backwards, and apparently don't press other buttons.
Oh, okay.
Oh, something is a laser, the one that looks like a laser. This is Kesh Govinder. All right, so starting this session, I welcome Kesh Govinder, who is talking about effective diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jack. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to my session. Yes, I'm Kesh Govinder from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. This is a multi-authored talk, as you can see. It has Mathilde Jozak from Durham, Kabelo Kasabonia, who's from the University of Witwatersrand, and Nishesha Precious Sikosana from UKZN, who's here in the audience as well. And I think it's important to understand why we present ourselves in this particular way. The work that I'm presenting here is essentially a result of joint work that we've done at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We are, I would say, the four main members of the Astrophysics Research Center's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And so we have contributed to the various workshops and the approach that we take at the university. Okay? I'm just the pretty face in front of all the work. Okay. So for those of you who don't know us, so yeah, we're here in the Western Cape in the bottom right-hand corner down there, or your left-hand corner. The red dot is the Northern Cape, sort of where the SKA is taking place. Okay, so most of you know that. And then the black dot is Durban on the southeast coast. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is where we're based, even though KwaZulu there is spelled incorrectly. Okay. So I wanted to start off talking about the so-called alphabet. And you've heard me, for those of you here earlier, asking questions about abbreviations and things like that, because language for me is very, very important. Okay. So we all talk about DEI, which we know as diversity, equity, and inclusion. Some organizations will say EDI, so equity, diversity, and inclusion. The next one I particularly like, being a Star Wars nut, JEDI, which a lot of people use these days, which is justice, equity, diversion, inclusion. We also talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Earlier today, we heard about diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And of course, we don't talk about affirmative action, right? That's the horrible words that were around in the 70s and that nobody talks about. But I have an appeal to everybody. Can we stop this? Okay. The idea of just adding words, changing words is not helpful at all and is one of the main criticisms of our field. But if we do our jobs properly, we don't need to worry about this, right? And I want to go back to affirmative action. Why does affirmative action have such a bad reputation? It's because it was really all about appointing people in that were tokens, right? They didn't worry about increasing the diversity while ensuring equity and inclusion. So if we do our jobs properly and ensure that, as we spoke about during the early lunch session, not just appointing people, making sure that they're there, that they stay, that they feel included, that they are part of the community, then we can not worry about all the words and just do a better job. So let's try to focus more on that than including more terminology that tends to alienate people and make people more confused. Okay. I'll say a little bit more about language later on. In South Africa, we often talk about DEI in the sense of transformation. So this is the big term in South Africa, transformation, which is redressing the imbalances caused by apartheid. Okay, you may have heard about decolonization being one of the main colonies from the British Empire, so-called British Empire. We have this big move to decolonize now. You would have heard about the Rhodes Must Fall movement, where statues of Cecil John Rhodes were pulled down, and again, as a backlash against colonization, though rather curiously, we still have a university called Rhodes University, and they haven't changed their name as yet. And allied to that, there was a movement around fees must fall. And all of these are related to the fact that we haven't done transformation well in South Africa, that we paid a lot of lip service to transformation, but didn't actually follow through. And as a result, we had a number of movements that sprang up trying to urge us to do a better job. Okay. But at UKZN, what we started to do was focus within ourselves and try to ensure that we had a committee or had a body that was more aware of who we were and what we were doing. And we wanted to ensure that we were far more tolerant to our community, but also within ourselves, because we're still finding ourselves, even though it is now, what, 30 years post-apartheid, we still have these challenges in terms of how we exist. So our DEI committee was founded in 2019. It has faculty, both internal and external faculty on this committee. We have student representation, we have staff representation, that's the administrative staff as well. So it's quite a nice mix of people who are involved in the Astrophysics Research Center. Okay. We have also thought about the idea of having ambassadors, people who are not physically on the committee, but were ambassadors for DEI within the organization. The committee itself had, I would say, regular meetings from 2021. Rather curiously, since we're back now having contact teaching and we're not having online teaching, those have fallen off quite dramatically. And it's really interesting that actually during the online era, we met far more regularly, in fact, every 2 weeks, just to check in with each other. And then we planned a number of meetings, but hopefully we are resurrecting that later this month, so it's to start. One of the interesting things about our meetings is that we had no hierarchy. So we didn't have a chair of the committee. We didn't have an administrator taking minutes. That revolved. So at the beginning of every meeting, somebody volunteered to chair, somebody volunteered to take minutes, and it continued in that way. And this we felt was particularly important for the students who are now very established faculty members at various universities. That they started off being very, I would say, intimidated being in meetings with senior academics and would occasionally contribute something, but not too much. But as the year evolved, you could just see how they flourished. And I think that was perhaps, forget anything else we did in the committee, one of the greatest things that we were able to achieve in the committee is to elevate students to be confident chairs of these committees and people who are then driving DEI, not just at UKZN, but in other spheres as well. And so we thought that worked particularly well. We also devised a code of conduct. This was initially put together by, I think there were 2 people. It was Kenda, who's just joined us, was one of them who's played an important role in sorting that out. And then Cabello and I took it over, and we finally have a code of conduct for the committee itself. And we're very, very clear. If you want to be a member of the Astrophysics Research Committee, you have to abide by the code of conduct. And if there are issues, members of the committee would speak to you, but you could actually be expelled from the research center. Not from the university, that's a separate entity, but from the research center if you are continually violating that code of conduct. And so we took that code of conduct very, very seriously. The main activities that we were involved in were workshops that we would run regularly. We'd have talks that were run regularly and other activities as well. So some of the types of workshops we had was Tana Joseph gave us a talk on EDI and astronomy, and that was very well attended. We had Kerry Frizzle speaking to us on the impact of social norms on everyday practices. We had an excellent workshop and talk on imposter syndrome. This was together with our colleagues at Durham University. And what we found was really effective about all these workshops was that we always try to tie them in with some sort of social activity as well. Okay, we would have a quiz, for example, often an online quiz. We had a nice little event called Tell Us Your Side Hustle. So people told us something else about them. So we got to know a little bit more about people in the group, things that we didn't know about them, which is quite interesting. And we also had events that were only, for example, students and postdocs. So the supervisors were removed from that, so people were free to have more open discussions. And so we thought these were all very useful ways to allow for engagement and make people more aware of where they were at. Okay. Just to talk a bit more about the workshop itself. Okay, so this is the sort of program we'd have for our standard DEI workshop, and one of which we'll be running later this year. We will have a welcome where we tell people why we're there. And we make it very, very clear that the point of these workshops is to promote awareness and tolerance. That is why we were there. Awareness was key and tolerance was key. It was not there to make anybody feel guilty or to apologize for who they were. It was really to create awareness and tolerance. Then we have a broad discussion on the concepts of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, so everybody understands the terminology. And then we'd open up, and I find this is perhaps the nicest part of the workshop, is we open up and ask people to give us terms that they feel denote diversity. And invariably at a workshop, you'll find one or two terms that didn't pop up at another workshop. So that always adds to the diversity of discussion that we have at these particular workshops. Once we start off with that, we then split the audience into groups, okay? We allocate a few of the terms that people had already contributed to these groups, and we ask them to discuss what diversity, equity, inclusion means for each term, and then we have some feedback from each of the groups. And that then leads to a great discussion. And this is where people really engage with the different concepts and learn a lot, in my opinion, as opposed to any other type of workshop that we run. Thereafter, we do a bit of rounding up. We talk a bit about language, as I will do just now. We give them a feedback form so we know what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. We ask for additional ideas for workshops. And in fact, imposter syndrome was one of the things that came up from one of the workshops itself. We ask for volunteers or allies of the DEI committee. And then we make it clear what the reporting lines are with respect to DEI issues. And then we present the code of conduct. We point out that it is a living document, and then we link different aspects of the code of conduct to exactly what we went through in the workshop. So people can see the links between what seems to be just a cold document and what they were talking about in the room. So we try to make them engage with the document as a result of working through this particular workshop. Okay? And so we're running the workshop in this form. We find that we have great engagement, and people really seem keen to promote these ideas in their research and in their interactions. Okay, but I want to just talk about language for a second, because as I said earlier, we've got this increasing alphabet, which tends to be a little bit confusing, but I think language is something that is rather crucial, and we all need to stop and pause for a bit before we engage, especially in the different jargon in our different sectors. I'd like to throw this particular slide up, especially for when my audience has a number of Americans in it, because most of us tend to speak English. So this is going to be an English bias, but even within English, right? You have a car that has either a hood or a bonnet, depending on whether you're English or American. You have a trunk or a boot, a horn or a hooter, turn signal, indicator. So they mean different things depending on where we're from. And so this is why it's so important to be clear about the language. Okay. The one term I like to throw out to people, because it shows the power of language, is the term white trash. Now what's problematic with the term white trash? Anyone? Yeah. Right, okay. Exactly, right? Well, the first thing I would say is you never call people trash in the first place, right? That's the issue. But then the fact that you have a term white trash, but has anyone heard the term black trash? No, right? So it normalizes black trash versus white trash. And so this is why we need to be so careful about our language and the way we talk and the way we interact with people. In South Africa, black is a political term, okay? A number of people who visit us and want to engage with DEI tend to talk about white and non-white, or we don't talk about people not being something, which is why in South Africa we've owned the term black to be a political term, while we talk about colored people in South Africa who are tend to be people of mixed race. We also don't like the term liberal here, even though it is a term that people adopt in the United States. We prefer the term progressive, okay? And this is just in English. We have 12 official languages in the country. Right? As I said earlier, we have sign languages now, the 12th language. But in those languages, there's one that I just want to pick out for a second. Okay? How many of you have watched Avatar? And how did the Na'vi greet? I see you, right? Okay. Sawubona, or Sanibona. Sinibonani, if I'm talking to a number of people, isiZulu is I see you. Okay. But to make that real, not that, hey, I see you and I'm off, right? So I don't actually see you. If you greet somebody in isiZulu, you would say, Sawubona. You would have a response, Yebo Sawubona, and then you would ask them, how are you, right? And they would respond and ask you how you are, and only then is the greeting over. So that when you see somebody, you actually do see them, and you don't just say hi and bye. Okay, and so that's what I love about the greeting in isiZulu. And very, very sadly, that is the full extent of the isiZulu that I know. But I think it's perhaps the most important part of isiZulu. Okay, so in 2011, this was the breakdown in South Africa in terms of demographics. We had the majority of South Africans being African. We had a grouping that's colored, was just under 9%, people of Indian origin, and then whites were just under 9% as well. And this 4 characterizations is what the apartheid government imposed on the country, okay? That we had to be broken up into these 4 different groups. Collectively, the government will refer to the first 3 groups together as non-white, but as I said, we said, no, we do not want the term non-white. That is not how we want to call ourselves, and so we've changed to calling ourselves black. So black, as I said earlier, in South Africa is a political term, and certainly when I go to the United States and introduce myself as a black person, I get some very, very weird looks. Okay? But this is it. It's a political term that refers to the oppressed in the country. Okay. Now, what we have, and this is a change from 2011 to 2021, so you can see there's not a huge variation. We had 79.2% Black African people in South Africa. It's about 81% now. The colored population is about the same. The Indian, or now called Asian population, and it's rather interesting that the entire race group is called Asian. We can talk about that later. That's about 2.6%, and the white population has declined in terms of percentages. I present that to you so that you have a sense of what the general population is like, okay, versus what is happening in reality at higher education institutions. Okay, so at my university, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, if you look at the change in demographics, or racial demographics in terms of student enrollment, you can see that we do pretty well in terms of reflecting the South African demographics for Black African students, okay? We have a disproportionate large number of people of Indian origin because the University of KwaZulu-Natal is a merger of 2 institutions, one of which was set up by the apartheid government mainly for people of Indian origin. And so there is that legacy in that institution, okay? We have a very small percentage of colored people and a very small percentage of white students as well, okay? But certainly when it comes to African students, we're doing really, really well, and I'm very proud of the fact that we are educating a significant number of those individuals. But if you then start unpacking what we're doing as a university and look at the number of people who are doing the teaching, okay? If you look at the African totals, we've had a slight increase across the year, but we still have just 36% of our staff who are African who are doing the teaching, okay? And that's really quite problematic. And I'm really running out of time here, so I'm going to skip through rather quickly and come to what I really wanted to talk about in 2 minutes, which is what I believe is a more mindful approach to effective DEI programs, okay? And I'm taking this from Alan Tillery at Northwest University in the United States, and he talks about this CREED model, which has 5 different aspects: common purpose, research, equanimity, empathy, and deliverables. And I want you to appreciate how important this particular approach is in delivering an effective DEI program. And the first part is having a common purpose. And the fact that you communicate with a common purpose across your entire institution or across your entire organization, right from the top all the way down to the bottom, okay? And this is when I ask, are there any IAU council members here? Okay, I asked this question at the Society for Math Biology as well. Were there any SMB council members here? And you don't find them at these DEI sessions. And that is problematic. Okay, if you are serious about DEI, everybody in the organization has to be speaking with that common purpose, especially those right at the top. Especially these days when there's such a backlash from I call them the pro-sleep people, not anti-woke, but the pro-sleep people who do not support DEI. You need to have proper research to support your message. And there's a ton of research showing that it is important to create a diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace and how that impacts your business and your organization. And it's important to use that in getting your message across, okay? The part that we tend to lose out in these particular approaches is that we tend not to be very equanimous when we're speaking, and we tend to lose empathy. And I think it's really important to be to ensure that you are equanimous and you show empathy in getting your message across, or you alienate people. And finally, you need to have very clear deliverables, okay? The best way to ensure that you have equanimity and empathy is to perhaps draw on Rosenberg's nonviolent communication theory, okay? I think that is an excellent way of getting the message across, and I would love to say a lot more about that, but I will leave that for discussion at some other time. My apologies for running over. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have time for a super quick question. Yeah.
Hi.
Thank you. Thanks. Definitely worth listening for an hour of everything you had to say. Regarding the code of conduct, you briefly mentioned that if the code of conduct in the university was broken, that there could be certain maybe consequences. Can you give some examples what happens if the code of conduct is not met?
So what we did was that members of the committee would then speak to that person and make them aware of the issue and make it very clear that whether they believe they've done something correct or not, or whether they believe they have not done anything right, that there's a perception that their behavior is causing an issue and that they need to take that into account. If that is repeated, then we go back to them and say, hang on, this is now a pattern, okay? And are you going to do something about it? And if they don't, then they get kicked out of the body.
Let's thank Kesh again.
Yeah, sure, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Invite our next speaker to come, which is Fulvio Franchi, who will talk about a center of excellence in planetary and space science and technology in Africa.
Thank you everyone for being here the last day of the conference. So you see here my affiliation in Italy, but I've been actually 9.5 years in Botswana. So I hope I still able to represent that work done with a large team in Africa in the past 9.5 years. So what's going on? How do I change slide? Oh, so we started back in 2018 at BUST in Botswana with a team of scientists from Africa and Europe, some of which are present here today. And sorry, we founded the very first planetary science research team in Botswana, and that led us to a very successful series of European-funded grants. Like one is Europlanet, and another one is the Pan-African Planetary Space Science Network that was founded in 2020. So the idea behind this group and this team was to fill a gap in what is the need of STEM graduates in Africa. So not just astronomy and astrophysics, but in general STEM, and especially in the countries that are partnering in this project. And something that I've seen even in these 2 weeks of conference that is completely lacking across the continent, which is coordination. So I've seen hundreds of beautiful talks in outreach, inclusion, equality, but a complete lack of coordination, both in terms of institution and research groups and teams. And the last point that brought us to this collaboration was the lack of standardization of the projects. We have students that in Ethiopia cannot go to Nigeria to take a module because the credit system simply doesn't speak the same language. And this is something that the European Union and the African Union are pushing a lot. But again, there is a total and complete lack of coordination. So that's why we founded this network that is called PAPS. And thanks to this network, we gave away 39 scholarships. We still have more than 20 to go. Some of the scholarship awarded are in this room, and I will ask them to stand up later. The project covers every aspect of space science. So we have someone doing astrobiology with me. We have astrophysics and galactic nuclei in Nigeria. There is Earth observation and atmospheric science in Ethiopia. And we are striving to get a gender balance, which, as you can see, it's still very difficult. And I believe it's not just our project, but in general in Africa, it's very difficult to attract female candidates for bursaries. Only 28% of our scholarship were awarded to women because they simply don't apply to the project. It's not because they're not good enough, they don't apply. So these are the guys that are part of this project. You can see them in this room. These pictures were taken this day. And we are very, very proud of them because they're coming from all across Africa to start their journey as astronomers. Now, what in that project taught us is that these kids that are now becoming astronomers, they will probably suffer of that lack of infrastructure and that lack of coordination, that lack of standardization. So that's how we started the second project, which is the one that is the core business of this talk, which is Fast for Future. The countries in red are the countries that are directly involved and funded by this project. And we have SANSA, we have AAC Clyde, which is a company. We have NASDRA in Nigeria, 13 partners overall. And they are all working toward a common goal, which is the creation of an infrastructure, being that virtual or physical, that can host our new astronomers, young astronomers in Africa. It's a very complex project. It's a capacity building in higher education funded by the European Union. So I'm going to present you only very few points in the working package we touched. The first one, and the one that we are very proud of, is the creation of a center of excellence in space science and technology. This proposal was written during COVID. So the European Commission was expecting things to be as COVID, how do you say, not oriented, but to mind about COVID. So we decided to propose a virtual center for many reasons, including the fact that a virtual center is more accessible. You probably agree with me that most kids in every country in Africa, they do have smartphones. They can be very old smartphones, but they still do have it. So the idea was to have an online platform that would be smartphone friendly, where to provide education to everyone, including those that are not enrolled in a proper program. So the idea was for the partners in Botswana, South Africa, Zambia, and Nigeria to provide this type of knowledge, our own lectures, our workshops, our seminars, put it on this online platform and make sure that they are accessible to everyone, including people that are not even aware of the International Astronomical Union or the mainstream astronomy. So this virtual platform has been online for a few months now, thanks to the colleagues at the University of Botswana. You can find it at Fast for Future. I'll give you the website at the very end. It's still at the beginning. We so far offered one short course in planetary geology, and that was the first content that was provided through this platform. I spare you the detail about the course, especially because I've seen that planetary geology is not very strong in this union. So, but the point is that 90% of the students enrolled, so 37, which actually 35 because it includes me, they are not enrolled in a planetary space science and technology program. So they are students that are coming from other programs that were interested. And as a first experiment, we had students from Botswana, South Africa, Ethiopia, and of course, Italy, where I'm based right now. Now, the other issue that we are trying to address with this project and with the development of the center has been greatly presented by the previous speaker. So it's a matter of equity, equality. And we broke it down in different aspects. The first of which is clearly gender balance, gender equality in the partner country. So there is a group of colleagues that is collecting scientific data from the different partners in order to put together a white paper about the condition of women, both students and professional, in the partner universities in disciplines which are STEM related. We are also reviewing the existing curricula. You're probably also aware that most of the universities in Africa, they don't have a planetary space science and technology related curricula. And for them, it's very difficult to access these curricula that are often kept as a secret in the university's vaults. So we are putting our resources toward the creation of a master in space science application at the University of Zambia, after reviewing the curricula for several universities across Africa that kindly share their knowledge with us. And last but not least, in a couple of weeks, we're going to publish this credit transferability white paper, which it sounds like a very boring exercise, but our 39 scholarship holders have suffered greatly from the fact that universities, even in the same consortium, in the same project, they don't have a credit transferability agreement. So this is a big challenge that prevents mobility across Africa. If you go to Europe, you can go in any country, any university and move around, and basically all the universities that embrace the Bologna standards, they can offer you credits. That doesn't happen in Africa. And I think that speaks a lot toward the real inclusivity of our STEM programs. Now, just very briefly, because it's not really the core of this talk, we also organized workshops specifically on space mission designs. In the partnership, we have an astronaut, which is actually coming to Botswana in a couple of months. We have people that are involved in several missions with NASA and ESA. And we asked them, instead of coming to Africa and tell people how to build a CubeSat, why don't you teach professionals and postdocs what is the first question you ask yourself when you go to NASA or to ESA to propose a mission? So we are writing a booklet for any African academic that has an idea about space exploration. What is the first? I don't know the first question because I didn't attend the workshop. Maybe you guys know. You're smarter than me. I'm just a poor geologist. But honestly speaking, what is the first question you ask yourself when you want to start a space mission? Any idea? Well, maybe we can repeat this workshop and you all take part in it. And we also followed all the attendees, some of which were here in the room, but they left. We follow them month after month in the creation of this booklet so that every partners will have its own booklet for his own or her own university. Well, this was the lecture. We did it here at CPUT, but let me browse through it quickly because I don't have much time. So clearly, we are trying to make this center also a hub for coordinating outreach events. I'm very proud to say that so far we failed, but we are learning from our mistakes. We have a beautiful team. This is Martin from Sansa, you might know him. The goal is to manage to have a STEM festival that is accessible by everyone, including those that are not there physically, and that is streamlined in 4 or 5 countries across Africa. So everybody at the same time will do the same activity. And that will save a lot of energies because instead of having 5 or 10 different educators, you just have one that does the activity and it's copied in every country. So that's one of the main goals of the center. I know my time is almost over, but just a quick summary on what we really have at heart. And I beg you to apologize me if I'm not using the right language. I'm not racist, I'm simply ignorant. So bear with me, we can discuss about terminology during the question time. Accessibility and inclusion for us was to create a place where to give contents for free to everyone, including people that don't know anything about astronomy and planetary science. We are working at the number of contents, including summer schools and short courses that are actually quite precious for PhD students that are always out of options. We are trying to improve our quality and equality, in terms of reviewing the curriculum. How many times I've seen a student coming to me and telling me what is the relevance of this module for an African astronomer? Absolutely nothing, you know. There are some paradigms that we are failing to change. The first of which is exactly this one. We need curricula that are born and made in African institutions. In my university at Bust, we started a program with one lecturer, and the students suffer for it because there was no expertise on the ground. And that's what we are trying to do at University of Zambia. We are working at this paper that hopefully will be published in less than a month about gender and disadvantaged groups and their struggle into the life of STEM, and also at knowledge transfer and impact and dissemination. Sorry, I'm out of time, but my last keyword and the teaser is institutionalization. I can't even say it. Most of our activities presented in the last 2 weeks, they are not brought into at the highest level of management in the institution. So we spend hours, we spend days, we spend months, we spend millions in creating stuff that is simply wiped under the rug by the institution, only to move on to the next European grant, because what they want to see is more grant to come in. They don't buy. So this is our final goal with this project. We also have colleagues working in South Africa about FAIR. You all know about FAIR. Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about it, but we are trying to incorporate this in our project. And I want to finish by thanking all of you and all the students and the colleagues that are collaborating. There is Ahmed from Nigeria. There are 2 students back there, 1 student here. So thank you very much. This is a huge team, a huge group, and I thank all of them for giving me the opportunity to be here today and present this project.
Thank you very much. Again, I'll let you have time for one quick question. Yeah.
Hi, I was just wondering, is there opportunities for other institutions and countries to get involved? So the Senegal Space Agency has just started. Is that, it seems like you could have some synergy there. Is that possible? Or is it very fixed because of the nature of the funding and things like this?
Well, I mean, it's definitely open to everyone. The more the merrier. The funding, unfortunately, is very limited, so we cannot. But we have money to hire lecturers for schools and stuff like that. We had a meeting yesterday with the team. We want to open the consortium to as many African institutions as possible. We just need to understand how to do it differently, because it has been done in the past. We just need to do it smartly. But if you're interested, we can talk. Let's see. Prosper is one of us.
Thank you again for the talk. Sorry, we don't have any more time for any more questions, but I encourage you to use the Slack to also communicate with each other. But we need to keep going, else we crash into our poster time, and then we crash into the next session, and then we crash into the end of the conference. So moving swiftly on, we have Joyful will talk about physics teachers, something. My phone is locked, so I can't read it.
It's okay, it's fine, it's fine.
Promoting gender diversity in physics education.
Good
Thank
afternoon,
you.
everyone. Is everyone as tired as I am?
Yes.
It's been a very long 2 weeks. I overestimated how much time I'd actually have to be part of the actual conference. So I am Joyful Mdluli. Can I actually find out to use this thing? Oh, wow, okay. So I'm a postdoc at the Office of Astronomy for Development, but today I'm here for completely different reasons. I am also the editor of the Southern African region of the African News Physics newsletter, a member of the Golden Key, and I'm the secretary for WIPISA, which is one of the reasons why I'm here today. So, from a paper that was published in 2019 by some of the members of the Women in Physics in South Africa, it basically highlighted the underrepresentation of women in physics. Despite the progress that has been made since WIPISA was founded, there's still a significant underrepresentation of women in physics at all levels in South Africa. So there is slow progress in advancing women to leadership positions, and this has been there has been minimal progress in accelerating women to top positions in physics, like being head of departments and professors. So some of the challenges that were highlighted in the paper that the women face in physics is personal choice. So the paper suggests that that personal choices often impact women's career trajectories, affecting their ability to reach top positions. Then there's also the workload imbalance. Women in academia tend to have heavier workloads compared to their male counterparts because they also have to be mothers and run a household in addition to being a scientist as well. And there's also a lack of support system. So women in research centers often face challenges due to insufficient support structures. And then also the funding is a big deal. So access to funding for women researchers remains a significant barrier. So basically the Women in Physics in South Africa, also known as WIPISA, is a forum or a subgroup under the South African Institute of Physics. It was established in 2005, and the aim was to address the underrepresentation of women in physics. The main mission and vision for women in South Africa and women in physics in South Africa is to encourage girls and women to study physics, also to encourage and support women to work in physics-related careers, as well as to assist in removing obstacles or overcoming barriers for women and girls. So diving deeper into the paper again, when we look at the underrepresentation of women in physics, this figure basically shows the number of women in physics in academia and research centers, and this was taken in 2017. So as you can see from the various universities, we have a majority of male researchers in each institution as compared to the female representation. And then they also went further to basically also take the number of how many females were part of the South African Institute Council since 2005. And we can see that since the organization was founded, we've had more members, but still there's still a large majority that are male as compared to the females that are part of the council of the South African Institute of Physics. So basically our current WIPISA committee members consist of myself as a secretary, and we have Dr. Katekane Shekange, so there's both of us at the cultural exchange evening the other day. And we have our deputy chairperson, Dr. Rebecca Mhlongo, who is based in a different institution as well as a student volunteer. So basically the committee is made up of members who are located in different parts of the country. So it also makes it a bit challenging in terms of organizing events and getting together because we're all in different institutions. So we have to rely on either meeting on Zoom, and organizing things also makes it very difficult. So some of the initiatives we've done as an organization to sort of kind of get women together. The key thing that we do is supporting departmental lunches, which is to help build a supportive community. So what we basically do is we make funds available to various departments all over the country, and we provide them money to sort of kind of have a lunch to get together, whether they want to do some mentorship program or they want to invite someone to come speak about something specific. We really just give them the flexibility of choosing what activities they want to do, and we just provide some small funding for them to come together and sort of kind of build a relationship. Because before this, the women in physics would normally get together when the South African Institute of Physics has an annual conference, and then they'd have a lunch specific for them. And we thought that just meeting once a year wasn't enough, so it would be better for the different universities to also have their own meetings outside of that conference. And then this is one of the reasons why this departmental lunches was made. And then other initiatives include education and outreach initiatives. Like we mentioned, we want to also encourage young girls to take up physics careers as well as just careers in STEM. So we've been involved in quite a number of outreach activities. I think, okay, so that's me in my hometown last year, yeah, it was last year. I went to visit one of the local high schools just to talk to the young girls about my career choice and what other options are available when they take maths and physics as a subject. And then one of the other things we do also is to sort of kind of highlight the achievements of some of our women in physics. So we have images like, I'm supposed to go back. Yeah, so like, for example, we have Prof. Mansai here, who is one of the founding members of WIPISA, and also Prof. Igle. So she recently won an award from the for the Science Diplomacy in Africa Award. So we sort of kind of highlight such things as well. And then we also have initiatives where we encourage people from different universities to basically be a representative, where they organize, they basically share information that WIPISA has and some other information that we come across, because we want people to have access to information and opportunities that are available for people around. And then we also do physics advocacy. So we sort of kind of like in this initiative here, the idea was to basically get people who have used physics, not necessarily ended up as physics researchers, but has used physics to get to the career decision that they have. Like, for example, this lady over here, she's a doctor, but then she told us her experience with how it was being doing physics in high school, and if they feel like physics plays a role in terms of their career choices. And this one here is an engineer. So she also shared her thoughts and her relationship with physics. So that's one of the ways we get people to get excited that physics is not a very big, scary thing. But you know, you don't have to actually end up being a physicist to be doing physics. You can also do other things as well. And then we also have a monthly webinars. Actually, they're not even monthly, just webinars. Whenever we find a speaker and anyone's available to speak to the community, we invite people to come speak about different things like mentorship, as well as sometimes we get people from funding institutions to come tell us about the open calls they have or what they might have in the future and how to go about in submitting a good proposal that might get you selected for funding as well. So some of the challenges that we've come across as an organization. So the biggest thing that I feel is one of the challenges we face is the lack of continuity, because every 3 years we get a new committee and then that committee wants to do something completely different. So we always keep losing this information. So since every committee starts something new, it's very difficult for us to sort of kind of keep track of all of the things we're doing, keep track of our members, and keep track of all of the things. Like for now, we don't have access to who were the members in 2005, and it'd be very nice to have such information in order for us to actually see how the community is growing in terms of women in physics in South Africa. So to address some of those challenges, we have started all over again to start a whole new membership sign up, this time with in partnership with the South African Institute of Physics, because they have more permanent staff members there. So it's easy to sort of kind of keep a database going. So just 2 months ago, we started this new membership sign up. So we've asked people to sort of kind of sign up into our mailing list. And then we have right now, this is the information of the people who have had sign up. So we've had like 85 responses in the past 2 months. And we're also trying to encourage high school girls to also sign up if they're interested in physics. So maybe we can link them up with undergraduate students, honors, masters, PhD, so they can also play as role models for these young people. So in conclusion, just to recap a few points, underrepresentation and barriers for women in physics, and there is an underrepresentation and barriers for women in physics and astronomy. And WIPISA's mission is to increase female participation, providing mentorship, as well as fostering inclusive networks. And then successful initiatives that we've had so far are the outreach programs and mentorship, as well as the webinars and role modeling. And a call to action, so we welcome everyone to join us because we don't just want to be a community of South African researchers, but then just women in sciences, basically. We want to have allies of those. And then we'd also like to offer mentorship and support to emerging female physicists as well as astronomers, and then also support to participate in outreach initiatives to inspire the next generation. So if you are interested in like being part of a community, our chairperson over there is willing to have a conversation with you and see how we can involve you in our organization. Hopefully we can grow bigger as a community of women in physics in South Africa. Thank you. I don't think I have a thank you slide.
Thank you. Do you have time for a few questions? Are there questions online? We'll just check that first.
Can I refer the questions to her if they're too difficult?
You can, yeah, sure. Is there an online question? I don't see one to start with, but we'll keep checking.
Wait, there were hands over there.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's checking online. There's no online hands right now. All right, I see a question here.
Thank you so much for this great talk. My name is Jörg Matthias Detem, and I'm from Virginia Commonwealth University in Qatar. And I wanted to ask you, is the culture of physics when it comes to gender very similar to the culture in astronomy, or is it sort of distinct and different? Thank you.
I'm very new into the astronomy community, so I can't speak for what culture there is within astronomy as well. But then I just feel like in general within the science space, there's always, you can see the difference in terms of females always underrepresented, and also there's a very small community for women to sort of kind of like have the support that they need. So yeah, I really can't comment on what the astronomy culture is because I'm not, I haven't been part of the astronomy community much.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Joyful. Thanks for the very nice talk. So my question is, great work, by the way. I see that in the events. So this is coming from a female in the STEM space. So the events involve a lot of females. You do a lot of activities with females, but my feeling is always that females are not the problem. So are you engaging with people in positions that are sort of decision-making positions, people that can be allies to the community? Because we have all these nice gatherings, but then you go back to an environment that is not very conducive. So you have a safe space, but the everyday working places, it still doesn't change. So yeah.
Yes, that is very true. Actually, the chairperson has had this idea for a while now that we need allies, and these allies should not necessarily be people from outside of South Africa, but then they should also be males. So we actually open it up to, if you want to be an ally of WIPISA and you're a male, you're welcome to join us. We're not discriminating against that. But I think the main thing at the moment was to just get the females together first so we can have a strong community, and then we can introduce everyone else, because we're also struggling to get them to come together. As much as the events are nice, some people just, we advertise like we're going to have a webinar and then 50 people sign up, and then on the day only 5 rock up. So it's also very difficult just as us as a community to come together. So then we're just also trying to work on that and strengthen everyone to like get together before we can start saying, hey, let's have a discussion with someone from outside of our space if there isn't enough of us to actually sit down with this person to start with. So I think the biggest challenge is also that we don't have enough women interested in attending this sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, I want to make a comment about personal choices that you highlighted. In the projects that give away scholarships, we had 3 female students that decided to become mothers, and the donor actually told us that if they take a maternity leave, we will have to discontinue their scholarships. To this, we strongly opposed, So we took our own responsibility with the donor and say, you know what, let's keep paying the scholarship. And this is something that goes beyond us. I think it's the blindness that many times the donors have in not recognizing the right of a student to become a mother. Many of these are coming from poor backgrounds. So the moment they get a scholarship, they see that an opportunity for a better life. And we understand that, but the donors say, if they go maternity leave, you have to suspend the scholarship, which I found it like a breach of human rights, something like that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I mean, I've tried to attend as many sessions as possible, like the Women in Astronomy working group as well. And you can see that there's a lot of initiatives that are actually being done, but I feel like we need to sort of kind of all come together with all of these different initiatives, because then if we're a bigger group, they can actually start hearing what we're trying to say. Because if a small group here in South Africa says something, and then there's another small group in Mozambique, and then another small group in Zimbabwe, if we approach our policymakers, it's like we're very insignificant as compared to when we just gather together as one big organization or one group of people, and we say, look, this is us, we are all females, and we're trying to say that we need these policies to actually hold in order for us to be able to also succeed in the science space.
Thank you, and thank you again for the talk. And moving on to our next speaker. Wish my phone didn't lock itself so quick. We have Anton Binneman talking about identifying indigenous astronomy knowledge systems in westernized indigenous communities.
So my talk is a little bit different in the sense that early on in the SKA and the construction of the SKA, we had a lot of critique about what are you doing with the indigenous communities from social anthropologists. And I think they didn't bargain on the fact that we were going to go look at what there is. So I just need to figure out what to push. So what I'm going to present basically is a study that we've conducted with 2 or 3 different aspects linked to it. So this will be published in a book for educators and learners later this year by Via Africa. How do you identify indigenous knowledge systems or indigenous astronomy in this specific case in westernized communities? And that's quite a challenge. As introduction, what I found when I started looking into indigenous astronomy in the SKA area is that there's a lot of papers published. Some of the earlier authors mentioned vaguely some of these authors that has published in this domain. So there's literally, if you go search hundreds of papers, there's a lot written about indigenous astronomy in the area where the SKA will be constructed. So there's a lot. The SKA area hosted the Tam people, which is one of the oldest groupings of people in the world. So there's a lot written. What I'm going to use as a background in my methodology is the little booklet that you see here. It's a medicinal plant study that we did in exactly the same area, where we went into the communities and we started asking them, what do you use the plants that grows around the SKA site for in indigenous culture? And this booklet doesn't have a bibliography. The people who worked on that are the knowledge holders, and they took part and gave permission for this to be used. I'm not going to talk about that because I want to get to what we did in terms of ethnoastronomy in the area. So based on the medicinal plant study that I showed, we developed a methodology to go to the local communities and to find the stories that they tell about astronomy. And to test if the academians, the stories that they've written and documented really well, to what extent are these stories being told in communities? Bleak and Lloyd is a very popular, everyone knows about Bleak and Lloyd when it comes to the Thumb people, and it's good documentation, and a lot of the papers that I'm going to refer to now has used Bleak and Lloyd, and they went looking for Bleak and Lloyd's work in these communities. With that said, so one of the first findings was that there was zilch left in those communities of these indigenous astronomy stories, which reflects really badly on the anthropologists and the socio-anthropologists working in these areas. These are some papers. You can see at the top there's 191, and you can scroll on papers, academic papers published on this theme. But when you go into the communities and you start looking for these stories, there's very little left. And as with a lot of things, the expectation is if you build an astronomy or build astronomy infrastructure, that you should promote these cultures. And that was the expectation of us. So this was the first step in finding that. These people at the bottom is Bleak and Lloyd's informants. There were a lot of them, and there were women as well. So just for the inclusion and diversity part. So what did we find? When we started, how we did it was we showed them objects. We did nighttime tours. We showed them objects on screen. We showed them animals. We asked them, is there any stories? What stories are being told? And we went to the elders. We went to the knowledge holders in these communities. We walked from house to house. We had workshops. We did sky viewing. We identified leaders to get to the stories. And what I also did is I used certain authors, published the names of their participants and the locations where they found these people. And we went looking for them. And unfortunately, we didn't find any of them in any of the communities. So a lot of the work being done by socio-anthropologists in this field is fabricated because the people simply don't exist. What we did find is that there's some stories left and still being told in the communities. Nature, rhythms, and cycles, and I'll get to it now. Ghosts and a spiritual dimension. The spiritual dimension, African colleagues will know the story of the water snake, the waterslang, and the tokolosi and the darkreier, is stories that's being told. Different versions of the water snake story. Amy Lee at the cultural evening told one version of this, and then objects that move in the sky, satellites, Starlink, and they have stories about these things that they tell. Stories that was left, and it was published by people in this community, stories about the moon. This one unique story is the blotches on the moon is the feathers of a vulture that lost his direction because he didn't look at the Southern Cross and crashed into the moon, and those feathers are left. Or the stories, I think Jarita, some of you would know, wrote this and published this as well, is if the moon's horn shows up, it doesn't rain. If it shows down, it does rain. So we found a lot of stories about the moon and how the moon functions and the moon works. Then Venus as a rhythm star that shows you the morning, the evening, and that's quite useful. And this is hinted to in the Bleak and Lloyd manuscript. So that's one of the stories that actually exists and is being told in these communities. It changed a little subsequently, and I'll explain why now, but there's very little of this left, and it's not the exact format in which the Bleak and Lloyd manuscripts refers to it. The zodiacal light. I like this because it's a story that's being told over and over and over. The waterslang is a creature, a mythical creature living where there's water and where it's wet. And it likes to catch people like me with thick eyebrows and if you have freckles, this creature will catch you. And how it catches you is it puts down a stone. And where this stone, it makes a light. And as humans, we would try to steal this light, or we'll try to steal this stone, and then it will capture you and it will keep you as its wife. And sometimes it will return you, but it will return you either dead or in some state or something like that. But there's a definite link back to the zodiacal light or to Scorpio. Amy Lee's story about Scorpio, that's the snake in the sky and not, is one of those. But this story is being told in the communities quite frequently still. What we found, and this leads to the recommendations of the studies, number one is that as researchers and as people who do socio-scientific research, you need to take your stories back to the communities you got it from. In the case of the Tam Star Law, in the area where the SKA is being built, 90% of the blame will go back to the researchers who went there, who wrote up the stories and who did not take it back to the communities. The medicinal plant study is a really good example. It's not Western knowledge. It's not people who came in and fabricated the stories or thought up the stories. It was the local community's knowledge put into a booklet, preserved and given back to them. Those booklets were given to them free of charge. Prof. Ben Erik van Wyk won the NSTF award, a lifetime award for this kind of work, giving indigenous knowledge back to communities. The reason why there's so much plant knowledge left or medicinal plant knowledge left in these communities is because if you have a headache and you don't have money, you go pick something in the veld and you use that for your headache. Or if you have stomach cramps, they have medicinal uses for the plants and that lived on. Whereas with astronomy...
Oh, hier is die venue hieronder. Daar sê dit die venue. Ja, daai kamer, eerste vloer op daai kamer. In
astronomy, it's not the same. These stories died out because people started living westernized lives. But 50 years back, when the researchers went to collect these stories, it was still there. And that's important. So researchers have an ethical responsibility to take stories back to the communities that they harvested from. And it's big universities. It's UCT, UW, not UWC, UCT, TICS, WITS. So these stories are in libraries now and it's in journals, but not in the communities. The second recommendation that we made and that we're busy with is to implement astrotourism development. The guides that was part of the GA, we had them here quite a bit, are people from the community that has studied these stories and are giving the stories back to their own community, reviving something of the culture that lived in these communities before. So astrotourism focused on these stories are really good, and it works, and it's giving pride back to some of these communities. So that's very important. And the last recommendation, and something that we're busy with now, is cultural events. Screening of indigenous films, doing cultural festivals in October in World Space Week, or now National Science Week, because our department moved it. We'll have a cultural event in the community. And then there's regular discussions with elders and young people that we facilitate so that these stories can be kept alive for future generations. These are just photos that I took with my cell phone, some of them through the telescope. The cluster is with my phone, and the Orion Nebula is through the telescope, but the Milky Way is just a photo that I took. So there's a lot of potential for stories in this area. So, and that's my story. So all of us have a responsibility to take the stories told by our communities back to these communities as far as possible.
Thank you very much. We have time for a few questions, if there are any, or online too.
Hi, Anton. Great talk. Quick question. Do you guys plan on continuing to train more astro guides, or was it a once-off thing?
Yeah, so the next phase is starting now. On the 26th, we're going to start training up Sandparks guides, and we're going to expand it to Victoria West, Loxton, Kalahari specifically, Mata Mata. So we're starting to roll out the next phase or the next phase. So yeah, we definitely.
And then how long do those trainings last for?
First training took really long because I didn't know that you have to be accredited as a tour guide to operate legally. So the first round took us a year, but it should fit into an 8-week training session basically with accreditation.
Thanks. Any more questions? Are there any questions online too? I can't see. Any other question in the room? Okay, thanks again for your talk. Great.
Thanks.
Now our next speaker, who's apparently wrongly listed in some versions of the schedule you may have seen, but I'm reliably informed, is actually Asha Stabak, who is going to talk about fostering a diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace in the most remote big city in the world.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. My name's Asha Stabak. So Renu Sharma was hoping to be here, but is staying behind in Perth for family reasons. I am the Translation and Impact Manager, so I'm not an astronomer, and I'm the current chair of our Development, Equity and Inclusion Committee, talking about titles and language and things like that. I constantly trip up that the D is development as opposed to diversity as well. So for those that aren't familiar with ICRA, we are a joint venture based over in Perth. When I shared the abstract with a few of my colleagues, they said that we're not the most remote big city in the world, but it does feel pretty remote being over in Perth in Western Australia, particularly with the borders closed for longer than anyone else had during COVID. So we're a joint venture between Curtin University and the University of Western Australia with funding from the state government. So we were predominantly in existence due to the SKA law being relatively close by. So we've got research nodes at both universities. We have integration into the undergrad programs at both of those, but predominantly it is our postdoc, our masters through to researchers that we have there as well. So 250 of us, we're a fairly sizable research institute, and we cross across the sciences, but also engineering, astrophotonics, and data-intensive astronomy as well. So a multidisciplinary research centre. We also have the translation and impact programs that support transfer of knowledge in and out of the university, as well as with our careers for the staff there as well. And also we do have the development, so the DevCom at Curtin, and we also have a committee on the UWA side. So I'm on the UWA side, but we do work really closely together. So I just wanted to sort of highlight in terms of the stages of DEI maturity, having had the absolute privilege of listening to so many different talks over the last 2 days, I'm very conscious that we are probably a lot further along than what other places, particularly around South Africa, have experience of. We have been on this journey sort of comprehensively for the last about 10 years when the committees were set up at both of the nodes, but Australia, I guess, has made progress. So we're sort of moving sort of beyond the, being aware, being compliant, and I would say that we're between this tactical through to integrated. Ideally, we want to get it to a space where we don't need these sorts of committees and it is just part of everything that we do. So if I look at the dimensions around diversity, equity, inclusion that I'll cover off, this will be highlighting some of the programs that we have and some of the evidence that we have of the impact these things are having. So looking at across our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, culture and religion, disability and accessibility, carers, gender, LGBTIQA+, as well as mental health. So these are the things that come under our committee's kind of remit. I'll also say we do have strong support from our executives on both sides. We do get an investment of resources and support for these programs as well. Now, if I actually look at things from the perspective of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, I would say that, you know, we are doing a pretty terrible job. We are yet to see any students actually come through any of our programs. That won't stop us from constantly trying, but it is an area that we really need to make more progress on. What is fairly unique within Perth and Western Australia is that there's a heavy mining community, and we do see a lot of our students, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, going straight into the mining sector and opting not to progress in a research or doing their further studies. So this does present a significant challenge for us as to attracting them into the career pathways. However, our outreach and education program is absolutely phenomenal. We do work with the Indigenous Australian Engineering School. We have Star Girls, we have regional tours. And then I've got a picture up here of one of the programs that we had where we had an Indigenous artist come and teach us some of the stories and the process. So we are not creating Indigenous art, but we were led by an Indigenous artist to create some of the work. One of the things that when I asked a lot of our staff and students around, you know, what is it that you would say that we're an inclusive environment, the culture and religion and being able to bring their full selves to work is one of the highlights that a lot of people have. We are quite like international in terms of the people that do come to Perth and work and study with us. So things like Diwali or Diwali, the Lantern Festival, Christmas, our International Mother Language Day. We had talks where people shared bits about their culture and their experience and their language as well, which was really well attended. So for people to feel that they can bring their culture and their true selves to work each day, I think is one of the things that highlights some of the inclusivity that we have. We also do a lot around cultural awareness training modules, and these are things that we have to constantly reiterate and make sure that people continue to refresh their training and education. When it comes to disability and accessibility, so one of the things that was great to see last year was several of our staff members coming together to do a talk around hidden disabilities. So we do have one person who is virtually blind, who works very closely actually with the one that is deaf. So they help each other out a little bit. However, what that highlights is that that hasn't hindered their career at all. They have been able to make some modifications in the workplace. Things that we are always conscious of, particularly around blindness, is what colours we're using. So there's usually a preference to have a white background with black writing. From a deafness perspective, it's making sure that there's, he either sits quite close, but also when you're at a conference or something and someone goes to ask a question, making sure that they do have the microphone, because that is the only way that he would be able to hear what is being said. We also have people that are quite open about being neurodivergent, and also a couple of our staff members that have shared about the experience of them having diabetes as well. So I think being an inclusive workplace really highlights that you don't need to hide these things, that these are accepted, this is part of life, and these people can be open with other people around the things that they experience. For those with carers responsibilities, one of the things that I found, which is quite different coming into ICRA, coming out of other places, is that a lot of the men do take parental leave as well. Now, this is a scheme that we have that is already in place. It is not something we have to put extra funding to, but it's becoming more and more normalised within there that the men, it's not just the women taking on that role. We have nursing rooms at both of the nodes. The carer support scheme, we make that as accessible as possible for people to choose how they want to use the funding to enable them to attend a conference. So for myself, I've left my child at home. He's a little bit older, but not quite, he's a 16-year-old boy. But I chose to use the support scheme to get some housekeeping to enable him to, have clean clothes and some food on the table. But others will use it to fly a family member in to care for a child and things like that as well. So we have the support scheme there, and you choose how you want to use it to enable you to progress your career. We offer financial support for those that are taking extended time out of the workplace. Childcare, we look to provide it whenever we have an all-staff or conferences. And all of our meeting times are generally between 9:30 and finishing by sort of 3 p.m. as well. There are sometimes exceptions, but we enable people to log in remotely. And if they have children in the background, then that's also acceptable. So as I said, we've had an increased uptake in both parents taking parental leave. So when it comes to gender, I think often when we talk about diversity, people automatically think about gender, but I really wanted to highlight the other aspects of it as well. So we do unconscious bias training that is mandatory before anyone is on a recruitment panel. We have gender neutral toilets, but we also constantly look at the statistics. One of the things that was highlighted through reviewing of the recruitment processes is that we weren't actually getting enough female applicants. So whilst we were ensuring that the panels were balanced, that we were interviewing people, sometimes we were obviously appointing men still, like based on their merit, but we just weren't getting enough applications. So one of the processes that our curtain node have put in place is that prior to a job being launched, they have to nominate women or non-binary that they are going to approach. And these people are encouraged through like a separate email to apply as well. And I think, just recently I put forward a couple of people that I knew, and they all shared to me that they wouldn't have applied if they hadn't have had that little extra nudge. So just things like that, we do need to constantly review, keep on top of what's actually happening and what can we do to encourage the uptake. We also recognise that there's really very few women coming through in the pipeline as well. And this year we're delighted to establish the Renew Sharma Master Scholarship for Women Plus or Indigenous students. And that first recipient will be commencing shortly. We do have some women-only permanent positions. That does come with its challenges, but it was done as part of, dare I say, affirmative action, but to really address the imbalance, particularly historically. And we have a significant amount of couples that are also employed within there as well. We also do actively look at who we can bring on board for future roles. So in our astrophotonics team, they are predominantly quantum physicists and electrical engineers. Again, very few females in the pipeline in those sorts of areas, but they're working with future sort of applicants as those jobs do arise. So I think that's one thing, fostering that pipeline and making sure that's that engagement and that connection, because a lot of people are really competing for that talent if they have set metrics in place. And so we really want to nurture them and to show what environment we have, and then they can make that choice if it's right for them. We're also really conscious of making sure that we have visible role models. So we do track in terms of the number of what the gender sort of balance is for press releases, who is speaking. I don't know if it's more global, but Manel's pledge, where if it's an all-male panel that you opt out or you nominate a female instead to take your position on a panel. We do have our Senior Women Plus Astronomy Fellowship, which I highlighted the other day as well. And also, I think one of the things that I also warms my heart is to see where people are empowered to take further action. And the Include Her movement led by Dr. Kat Ross in our curtain really highlighting that there was no female physicists highlighted in any of the curriculum. And she's doing a significant amount of work to try to change that so that we have more role models as well. As I mentioned, we have the Women Plus in Astronomy Fellowship. These are our alumni. Applications are currently open until the 2nd September for those that would like to join us. It's a 2-month fellowship with fully funded for people to come and spend time in that, which really adds to our diversity as well, where we're getting different perspectives coming in, contributing, but also sharing what their observations are and how we can improve our development, equity and inclusion programs as well. Some of the things that we do to support those in the LGBTIQA+ community, we do ally training. It has multiple levels that is offered at both of our nodes through the university, but you also do have recognition, and you can see one of the most recent pictures for Wear It Purple Day as well, where people really get behind it and they're supportive of those, regardless of the sexuality as well. Mental health is probably the one that we really do need to continue to focus on, particularly with the rising cost of living. It is causing significant challenges, particularly amongst our students. We do offer mental health training. There is a lot of support systems in place through the universities, but in addition to that, we have dedicated wards at each node who are also qualified mental health, have done the training, and they can offer a different point of contact as well. We have a well-established mentoring program, and we do continue to follow up on a monthly basis to ensure that people are meeting with their mentors or mentees. And again, that's another way that we have a mechanism for people to support their mental wellness. So how can we reach a sustainable point? We have our annual climate survey and we do get feedback, but we really want to focus on, well, what are the outcomes? Is everything that we are doing making a difference? How can we actually measure that? We're also getting more inquiries around neurodivergence in the workplace, which I think is really an indication of how much progress we are making. We have established an Indigenous working group, and mental wellness in the workplace is another thing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Have time for a quick question. It should be.
Sorry. Thank you so much for this great talk. I have a question about the employment for couples. I was wondering whether that you advertised that already at the beginning of the process, that you would help with spousal employment, dual career opportunities, or whether you sort of wait for somebody to ask a question. Can you find a position for my partner? Thank you.
Yeah, because we have had to bring a lot of people in, particularly as we're establishing ICRA. So we're 15 years old as a research centre. I don't know if I should highlight that we do have one of our couples in here at the moment. I don't know if there was anything that was highlighted, but yeah, I think through that recruitment process, particularly if people were moving from a different country or a different state, that was sort of where, is there anything that may inhibit you or what can we do? And that usually led to some of those conversations about trying to find a role for the other partner as well.
And thank you again.
Thank you.
If there are more questions and conversations, I keep encouraging you to please use the Slack, and please do use the Slack or find people in between. Next, we have Danielle Rowland, who'll talk about diversifying STEM collaborative initiatives at NRAO.
All right, well, while I wait for the title slide to come up, I am a Broadening Participation Program Manager at the National Radio Astronomy Observatory in the United States. That's what NRAO stands for. So, all right. I'm going to talk about some of the collaborative initiatives that I manage. I manage several different programs at NRAO, and I'm just going to highlight 3 of them that have external collaborations. Yeah. This doesn't count against me, right, on the time? All right, so here we go. So to begin, I always like to start with a talk outline, just so everyone knows where I'm going. I'm going to first talk a little bit about motivation for broadening participation in STEM, particularly in the US. Then I'm going to describe the collective impact framework, and then go into 3 examples of implementation of that framework at NRAO. And also, just to issue a disclaimer, I work in the US, I'm from the US. This is all the way from the perspective of the US, so some racial and minority group definitions may differ from other countries. So in that spirit, I wanted to get us all kind of on the same page by using some definitions. So broadening participation in STEM essentially means expanding opportunities to everyone regardless of their background. And there's a few specific categories listed on there. STEM is also defined, just in case anyone doesn't know that. And because I run broadening participation student programs, I also want to highlight that in those programs, we're not just concerned with providing opportunities, but also supporting our students with the ultimate goal of diversifying STEM. BIPOC would stand for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. So in the United States, people of color is primarily going to refer to Hispanic and mixed race individuals, but it is an umbrella term. And URM, or underrepresented minorities, includes BIPOCs along with LGBTQ+, people with disabilities, and women. But for the purpose of this talk, I will kind of use BIPOC and URM interchangeably. So to motivate the need for broadening participation, I'll be focusing on racial minorities due to time constraints. But in this chart, it shows that Black or African Americans and Hispanics were only a combined 15% of astronomy and astrophysics bachelor's degrees awarded in 2021. Now, the data is a little harder to come by for Native Americans and Alaskan Natives. So this is older, but it does span a longer time period from 2011 to 2019, where astronomy and astrophysics bachelor's degrees awarded have remained below 5 each year. So for context, this is the total number of astronomy bachelor's degrees awarded in 2021, which was 892. So after a little bit of math, this means that racial URM students account for approximately 15% of astronomy bachelor's degrees earned in 2021. Now, when we compare this to the overall population in the United States of that same year, Black, Native, and Hispanics account for 33.8% of the population, and that's being ultra conservative by excluding the multiracial category. And even with that, it just shows that underrepresented minorities are truly underrepresented, as the term describes. And it's by roughly more than half. So any way you look at it, whether you're trying to say maybe they're not interested in it, it's statistically significant. So there is a disparity and a problem there with diversity. So now I'm going to go into the collective impact framework. So in a 2011 article by Kanaya and Kramer, they defined collective impact as the quote on this slide. In that paper, they argued essentially that large-scale social change is better achieved through cross-sector coordination across organizations, such as nonprofits, government, business, and universities, et cetera. And that's because no single entity has the resources or the authority to bring about necessary social change all by themselves. So in that same article, they provide 5 specific suggestions to have a successful collective impact. The first is a shared vision for change, having a common understanding of the problem and a joint approach to solving it through actions. Number 2, you also need shared metrics, because this allows for accountability, but also learning from each other's successes and failures. Number 3, essentially what this means is that each organization should do what they do best and just ensure that the overall collective action remains aligned. But by each of them playing to their strengths, that will help maximize the end results. Number 4, continuous communication across the partner organizations will help ensure that their efforts and goals are aligned, but it also helps to build trust amongst the leadership to make sure that no one organization's individual priorities will come before that common agenda. And then number 5, this type of coordination takes time and effort, and individual organizations don't really have that to spare. So you do need an outside backbone organization to help ensure everything is running smoothly. So, there we go. So then after 10 years, Kanaya and others revisited this, and what they found was that the most significant reason for failure amongst collectives was not centering equity. So they decided to revise their original definition to the quote at the top of the slide and recommend additional strategies. So the first one was to better target solutions and understand the origins of existing inequities. Partners have to develop a shared understanding of terminology, history, data, personal stories. In number two, in addition to programs, collectives also have to include change efforts at higher levels like policies and practices. And number three, the collective leadership, it needs to reflect the population whom their decisions are going to be affecting. And number four is similar to that point, is that organizations have to move from working in communities to working with communities and also supporting the work that's already being done within those communities. And then number five, leadership needs to be equitable. It has to be distributed throughout the collective effort. And we have to hold those leaders accountable and ensure that they're focusing on equity. So now I'm going to quickly present, oh, actually I'm doing pretty good on time. Huh. I was way over time in practice, so I'm doing good. But now I'm going to quickly present 3 examples at NRAO where we've used some of those strategies that I've just talked about. Now, these programs are at various stages of progress, but all of them involve collaborating with external communities and organizations with the shared goal of diversifying STEM. So this is our most advanced program right now. It's been around for just over 10 years. The National Astronomy Consortium, or the NAC for short, was founded in partnership with the National Society of Black Physicists with the shared goal of providing research experience to Black undergraduate students. Now, over the years, this has expanded to add external partners and student support aspects embedded into the program. I can't describe the full program model, so what I'm going to do instead is highlight some of the collective impact strategies that it has used in the last just over a decade. So the first thing is we have 5 partner institutions. The logos are at the bottom left of the screen. And we have a minimum of 4 partner meetings each year, and then we stay in constant conversation through emails and meeting up at conferences, et cetera. The second thing is that the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, where I work at NRAO, serves as the backbone organization. Now, this does sound a little counter to what I previously said, that we should be independent, but we still sort of are, because this is a research experience program. So the Office of Diversity and Inclusion is primarily administrative, and we're separated from the research mentors that actually work directly with the students. So we're still able to have sort of an independent role, but I know that's a little fuzzy. The third item is that we have implemented direct feedback from our students, and we give them leadership positions. So based on that feedback, we have changed and evolved our model to provide better support for them and promote our students by giving them that leadership experience within the program itself. The next point is that we also ensure that there's equity amongst our partner sites. So this is a research experience. We send our students to one of the 5 partner host locations to gain their research experience. And we ensure that their compensation is the same across those institutions. We have had incidents where we have to step in and make sure that it is the same so that we do maintain equity amongst all of our students. And that actually led to a few other, internal changes within the institutions as well. The final point I'll add with this program is that we also frequently advocate for policy changes by highlighting the successes and lessons learned from our model. So I'm constantly talking about the NAC. If you want to talk to me about this afterwards, please do. And by the way, I'm an alumni of this program too. So that just shows you we're again putting our students into leadership roles. So the next program I'm going to talk about is Project Radial. Oh no, I'm not doing good on time now. Okay, so in late 2018, the idea for an alliance was first proposed by our director, Tony Beasley, at a National Society of Black Physicists meeting. His idea was for NRAO to partner with minority-serving institutions, which are primarily the historically Black colleges and universities, the tribal colleges, and Hispanic-serving institutions within the United States. To provide high throughput computing nodes to build up infrastructure at these schools, while also assisting us with our big data processing problems resulting from the VLAS data set, which is an all-sky survey using the Very Large Array. NRAO and each MSI partner would equally divide the usage time on that worker node installed at that institution, and NRAO would fund that equipment. Now, in September of 2019, at the first Radial Development Lab with potential partners, this idea expanded into 6 focus pillars. So this has been around for about 5 years now. So we're kind of in the middle progress stage. So some of these pillars don't have results yet. Some do. The ones that do are in bold. The ones that don't are just kind of plain text. And then the ones in italics are still in progress. However, if you look through the list, everything's sort of intertwined. So I'm going to bounce around when talking about each of these pillars. So I already discussed the DHTC network, so I won't go into that again. But for curriculum development, we've created course modules at the graduate and undergraduate level, and as well as informal and professional development education to increase the areas that students and faculty can pursue and teach. For students that develop an interest in astronomy, we run a highly successful undergraduate research experience program for the last 3 years that's exclusive for students that are in the Alliance, that attend one of the Alliance institutions. And it's actually led to a number of publications for our undergraduates. We have 4 already, with at least 1 more coming from this past summer, summer in the Northern Hemisphere, so literally just ended. And then for mentoring, we are offering mental health first aid training to mentors, as well as developing a generalized training for mentoring best practices. And we haven't started community engagement, and for time, I will skip that. So the final program I want to talk about is our partnership with our local tribal indigenous neighbors, primarily in the New Mexico and Virginia areas, located near our facilities and telescope sites. So in late 2021, NRAO first had the idea to host a conference on Indigenous knowledge. So we invited various tribal community and organization leaders to help develop this idea further. But first, to build trust and an understanding of what all of us were doing and about, we spent a good 1.5 years just getting to know each other and seeing how our goals could align and we could leverage our resources. We had monthly virtual meetings where each of us would present who we are and what we do and what we care about. This eventually led to our first in-person gathering in April of last year, after our conference proposal idea was not accepted. So we needed to find ways to pivot. Now we're still in the very early stages of this collaboration, so I don't really have any results to share with you, but I do want to share that since the inception of this idea through now, we have been continuing our conversations with our partners and also doing other types of engagement to make sure that we are building our understanding and trust with these communities. So for example, we have sponsored a float in a parade for a local chapter of ACES, which is a Society for Indigenous Scientists. We've also brought school groups from the Indigenous tribal schools, primary schools rather, to the VLA for tours. We've sponsored powwows and held an exhibit table to raise awareness about what NRAO is and what we do. And we've also done public outreach through science talks and stargazing events. And I neglected to mention on here, but I do want to mention that a primary lead for this has also been Dr. Julia Bluebird, also at NRAO. And I think I am just about out of time, so I will leave my takeaways up there and invite you all to connect with us if you want to learn more. This ODI at nrao.edu will go to myself as well as my other colleagues who I also presented some of their work on here. And thank you.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I encourage you to come up and find them, because in the hopes of anyone getting a cup of coffee, please run, get coffee, look at the posters, and then we start again at 3:30, which is only 17 minutes away in our 30-minute break. This conference schedule has absolutely no buffer time at all. So
Hello? For the people who are online, we're giving the in-person participants another minute to show up with their coffees and donuts. So that means those of you who are online have about a minute to get your tea. Oh, or coffee, I don't know, or beer, whatever your time zone is. Your beverage of choice. Pardon? Yep.
Hey, just to make sure you can hear me okay. Hello, can you hear me okay? Testing.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Okay. So welcome to the last session of the last day. Yay. We've all learned a lot. Our first talk for this afternoon. Oh, and I should say I'm Susanna Deustra. In case you haven't seen me before, I'm the outgoing chair of the working group. Jake sitting over there is the incoming chair, and this is also my last responsible act as a member of the working group. After that, I can be irresponsible. So our first talk for this session is Mike Peel, who is online, and he will be talking to us about scalable hybrid approaches to ensure equitable access for all sizes of astronomy events. Michael, you will have, I believe, 18 minutes total.
Okay,
If you don't want questions, use up all 18 minutes. If you want questions, give yourself a couple of minutes.
I will try to save time for questions then. So yeah, hi, I'm a postdoc at Imperial College working with Dave Clements. I'm also one of the Future of Meetings group. You may have seen Vanessa Moss, Elizabeth Tasker, and Emily Kerrison around in person. Glenn Rees and me and Dave are all online. So basically, I want to convince you that there's no reason why any astronomy event should not be hybrid. So just to say briefly about the Future of Meetings. So this is an informal group of people that have kind of gathered together to talk about the future of meetings, because it's a unique time at the moment with rapidly advancing technology, the global pandemic we've had since 2020, and the rise of AI. So there's a lot that can be done to look at the future and prepare for that, particularly with the future of meetings. So we're a community of practice that's dedicated to experimenting with new approaches and technologies to have better hybrid and online interaction. So you may have seen us around because we've been involved in a lot of the hybrid for this GA, including the spatial area and at various other places. So basically, I want to convince you that every astronomy event should be hybrid, because that means it's accessible no matter where you are in the world, whether you can travel. It also means it's recorded for posterity, for future access, so anyone can watch it in the future. And it's really not a huge organizational or burden or challenge. And it's the way to do environmentally friendly and sustainable meetings. I want to clarify that when I talk about hybrid here, I mean equal engagement of people online and in person. It's often used just to mean streaming. So you can access content online, but you can't otherwise participate. But what we're doing right now is hybrid. And one of the things that often comes up is lack of internet connectivity. So if you have an astronomers event without internet connectivity, you've got other problems, basically. But there's lots of options for doing that. A key reason why I'm giving this talk in this session is because it's equality. It's making sure everyone can access the events. Not everyone can travel. It's very expensive. Not everyone has funding to do that, either with grants or personally. And while scholarships are great for attendance, they're very limited noise and high demand. There's also other reasons like travel is very time consuming, and it can be very tricky to take that time off if it's not for a work purpose. So for anyone kind of interested in astronomy coming to this event, it's a lot more difficult to attend in person. There can also be other things like if you have family, that can prevent traveling. If you have accessibility needs and need assistance traveling, that can make it even more difficult. There's also a point that visas can be really difficult to get, particularly in global north. So Schengen area, US, UK, can be very difficult to get visas for people outside of those areas. And that can be very time consuming, very expensive, and you don't know until the last minute if you can actually travel. So hybrid provides a backup for that. And you can also have the unexpected happening. So planes can be cancelled, people falling ill. A meeting I was at recently, people were trying to travel there from Israel and were not able to because of wars. There's even volcanoes erupting and things like that can cause problems. And in general, travel is making global warming a lot worse. So hybrid provides a much better solution. It doesn't prevent those that want to travel, but does help those who can't. It's not very difficult to do. So you can do a very minimal hybrid setup with just using Zoom or Jitsi or Google Meet or whatever, with live streaming to to YouTube and things like that. Basically what we're doing right now. You can get all presenters to connect individually and share their screen, so you no longer need dongles and adapters. It makes things much easier in person as well. It's really important then to make sure everyone's using a microphone. So there's some technical details on here. I put a lot of text on my slides. It's meant to be a how-to guide as well as a presentation here. So I hope you find this useful in the future. Having cameras looking at the crowds is really good. Right now I can see the speaker podium and that's it. I'm hoping that there are people in the room. But if you had a camera which is looking at the audience, that'd be really, really good. Owl 360-degree cameras are also really nice for that because they can focus in on speakers. And you can have multiple cameras as well. It's very useful for online people. And also have a screen for showing online participants, ideally with cameras on, and put that at the front, at the side. It makes it much more real that there are online people attending the meeting. It's not just people in person. It scales well because you can basically copy and paste for parallel sessions. You can run it using event volunteers. It's really helpful if you have someone to focus on online attendees for each session, make sure everything's working okay, basically, looking out for online questions. You can use Slido or other online survey tools, really helps. I saw one of those being used earlier today, for example, it was great. And online posters can also be a lot more effective than in-person ones because you're not limited to static text or images. Although I think we've seen at this meeting, there can be technical issues when you do that. But once you've got the hang of it, it becomes a lot nicer setup. You can also build on that then for better experiences if you have more money available for it or resources. So for example, Zoom has really good live language translation overlays. If you can get people doing the translations live, you can overlay them. People can switch between languages. Really helps for multicultural, multi-language events. AV companies, of course, are really important because they can do professional setups. They can also be really expensive. They do all the setup for you, supply people to run it, but you do pay for it. And they can be limited in what they're willing to support. So they're great. If you got them, great. If you don't have them, you can still do hybrid well. You can also always get better cameras, microphones, lighting, extra screens, and everything like that. And you can also do things like sending conference goodies to remote participants. So you could send if you have goodies in person, like t-shirts, mugs, you can send them or do vouchers, or even just a postcard from the organizers might be quite nice to make people who are remotely attending feel included. One important thing is that you have to change the mentality in the room because hybrid meetings are different from only in person. So you have to make sure everyone uses microphones when they're talking because otherwise you can't hear them online. It's important to give equal status to online people. So, for example, alternate between online and in-person questions during the Q&As, and also have online speakers, which is really, really great. And thank you for doing that. Consider things like if you have a group photo, do it with online attendees as well. Makes them feel more inclusive and proves that they were there as well. Because that can often be a problem for getting time off and things like that to attend conferences if you don't have proof you're actually there. You can also provide additional ways for online and in-person attendees to interact. So Slack is great for this meeting. There's a few other options as well. We do have a good feedback mechanism for online people to say there are issues. And if you have a different format, like so it's not presentations, if it's small group discussions, also do an online table or have some hybrid tables. There's ways of opening up the in-person conversations much more. It's also important to make sure that in-person is as healthy as possible. So COVID is ongoing. There are lots of other illnesses that can go around. If you can provide basic things like masks, it helps for those who particularly are worried about this. You can also ask people who, if they're feeling ill, attend them online. If you're doing a hybrid event, that becomes very simple to do. So do be aware of this. Also look at the ventilation in the room. So CO2 monitors are a great way of doing this. Because CO2 is caused by us breathing out, and that should always be below 600. Outdoors about 450 at the moment, is going up because of increasing CO2 in the world. If you have over 1,000 parts per million, then you've got a problem. You need to fix it because that's starting to be where people start falling asleep and things like that. So if it goes up to 2,000, that can be really bad. If people do start falling asleep, do suspect CO2, not just boring presentations. Make sure that ventilation is working properly and have someone who you can contact to ask it, and consider HEPA filters in the room as well. There's lots of things you can do to make the in-person venue much more better. Reduces the risk of transmitting diseases, but also just makes the room nicer to be in. Something to consider is accessibility grants. Not everyone has easy internet access, particularly in the Global South, but not exclusively. So if you offer something like accessibility grants, that can make a big difference. Just covering childcare so someone can not have to look after their kid while they're attending a conference online. Internet access, laptop loan, buying a better audio headset, things like that really are useful. Do make sure if you do that to advertise it well, because it can be unusual. People don't look for it. But it really makes a difference for encouraging attendance if you do have it. You can also consider in-person equipment, so you can buy equipment to boost audio for hearing aids and things like that if it's not built into the room. Do consider things like that as well. Before and after surveys are really important. So before, ask them what they want to get from a meeting, but do use it to set reasonable expectations of what can be offered. And don't offer to do everything amazingly if you can't actually do that. Afterwards, make sure that the meeting met the expectations as well. Ideally, if you ask the same questions both to online and in-person attendees, and don't ask leading questions that assume in-person attendance, that really helps as well. Do be careful of survey bias. So if you ask the group of people that previously attended the conferences in person, do they want online or in person? They're going to go with in person. Yes, that's the survey bias. If you ask everyone in your community what they want to see, then you'll start seeing a wider input and true reality. And do collate and share that feedback so others can learn from it. Best practices from meetings, experiences. Often the same things happen at different meetings. So sharing that knowledge and talking about it really helps. But do be careful, you might have to do ethics reviews with that. There are also other things you can do, like spatially aware environments. So GatherTown Remo are 2D, and spatial you've seen during this meeting, hopefully. It provides fully 3D interactive spaces, and you can run that on a computer, tablet, phone, VR headset, everything. And these really enable conversations to happen like in the hallway, because especially where audio, like real life, you can only hear so far away. So you can have small group conversations across a whole space. And you can go much more beyond in person, so you can explore exotic locations and things like that, and have three-dimensional museums and exhibitions that would not be possible in person. And once you've built it, you can reuse it because it's copy and paste. It's great. So for example, this is a picture of meeting on an asteroid, which you wouldn't be able to do obviously in real life, but you can have amazing surroundings in virtual reality. And do consider online only conferences. They can work really well. There was a comment before that they're not real conferences, but they are really. So do consider those as well. Look at the options for what works well online in those cases though. You can be very flexible with time zone options, so you can spread it out over the whole day so people across the world can access it in reasonable times for the bits they're interested in. You could do things like have pre-recorded presentations only and focus just on having discussions at the meeting. That can work really well. There's something called Cosmology at Home that does this already, and there's other examples like that. But do in that case, make sure people have time to watch the in-person, watch the pre-records. And you can use Spatial and Gather to replicate some in-person experiences with that as well. But beware, if you do provide multiple connection streams, expect people to pick the simplest, which probably means that we're all going to connect on Zoom. So yeah, do consider that. And that's basically all I've got. This presentation definitely hasn't covered everything with hybrid. So I'm really interested in your questions, your thoughts on this. I would encourage you to be willing to experiment with different things and see how they work out. I've put a few examples of spaces here. So the Gather space, you can have a look at the history of Parkes Young telescope. And there's also, of course, a spatial space in the GA virtual venue. And do try out use spatial with a VR headset if you haven't already. In the exhibition area, there is a booth with VR headsets. And I'm complete. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Michael. Mike, any question for Mike at this point? Chris?
Yeah, Chris Corbley, Mike. Having run a workshop recently, time zones, is there any solution to the problem of a worldwide conference that doesn't involve some participants meeting at, during the night, midnight and around there?
Yeah, ideally to get everyone in the world, you need to have 2 meetings, 12 hours apart. If you do that online, it can be really good. If you're doing it in person, it can be more tricky with safety, particularly late at night. But do consider having early morning events, evening events linked to the conference. Really does help making sure everyone can access it around the world.
Online, are there questions for Mike? There is a comment that says from Beatriz Garcia, that I'll just read it. I can agree with these ideas about hybrid meetings, but nothing can replace the face-to-face encounters, even with all the technology available.
I mean, I think technology is getting there. Spatial in particular is worth trying if you haven't already, and just see what that's like. Yeah, face-to-face is what we're used to. It's great if you can do it, but just remember, not everyone can, and not everyone can do that all the time. So having hybrid adds to the meeting. It doesn't take anything away.
Okay.
I'd like to get a copy of your slides.
I will post it on Slack just after this.
I was going to ask you a deep question, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, I know what it was. So you can have like these hybrid meetings where everybody's in their living room or in their bedroom with their bunny slippers participating. But what about the option of having like a semi-hybrid in person where if people are co-located, maybe they could join together to participate in a larger conference?
Yeah, having a hubs model definitely works, where you do have people congregating in different cities and dialing in. There's often problems with getting kind of in-person tech to work versus online tech. And if you have multiple hubs, that can cause more problems. But if you've tested it well, then that can work really well.
Okay, thank you. And I encourage you all to use the Slack for further discussions. So thanks, Mike. Our next speaker, it will be Anne and Jerry, who's going to talk to us about the audio universe, making the universe more accessible through sound. And I watch the clock, and when it gets to 2 minutes, then you know you have 2 minutes left.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, you get to use that. This is mine. Go ahead and start when your slide is up.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I have some videos in there I'd like to play because that's the purpose of this talk. So yeah, hi everyone. As you get that sorted, my name is Anjeri. I'm a postdoc at Newcastle University. And first and foremost, many thanks to the organizers of this session for giving me this opportunity to present this work. So I'll be presenting this work on behalf of the Audio Universe team. This is a joint project run by Newcastle University and Portsmouth University. And the project lead at Newcastle is Christopher Harrison, who is also my line manager, and Rose Shafford, who is a PhD student that is working on actually translating astronomical data into sound. This is not the first slide. Can you please go to the first slide?
You should have control.
Should it?
That and the big green button is the slide.
I can't. Can you start slide 1, just go up? You can. Yeah. Just gonna ask you to keep searching if that's okay. Yep. There goes. So, yeah, so the team is focused on turning data into sound, and I'll just get into it. My screen is not good. So what is sonification of data? Sonification of data is the translation of data into sound, that is non-speech audio, and it's equivalent to data visualization. And we have 2 methods of data sonification. We have the first method is audification, that is the direct translation of data that already exists in wave-like form. And then we have the second method, that is the parameter mapping, whereby you take your data and define your representation parameters. For example, you can represent maybe a bright source, a very bright source with a high pitch, or a faint source with a low pitch. For example, here we have a set of fake data set where we present brightness in terms of pitch and time. And hopefully I'll be able to play for you this. Yeah. Yeah, so that's an example of parameter mapping. And moving on to the next slide. So why is the team interested in data sonification? I cannot see anything on this. Okay, so of course, just let me click. Yeah, so the first or key driving motivation is the team is interested in creating this immersive and engaging learning environment where the audience feel connected to the data, and also making people feel attached to a project. The second motivation is accessibility, whereby we're trying to make data accessible to people or members of the community who are visually impaired or blind, and also for people who prefer non-visual modes of communication. And lastly, we have for representation of complex data sets, for example, when data visualization is not compressive or is difficult, or sometimes it's just not possible. But for this talk, I'll focus on the first 2 objectives, that is education and communication, and also making data accessible to members of the community. So we have, the team has been working on this. Yeah, the team has been working on this Python-based software called Strauss to convert data into sound. And if interested, you can obtain the code from their website and from the GitHub page, and you can also pip install the code. Without getting into much technical details, of which I'm not well equipped to speak on, The key idea for this code is whereby we have a matplotlib that converts sounds into, converts data into sound rather than visuals. And everything you will hear in this presentation has been created using this code. So the team has created a blind accessible planetarium show of the solar system, whereby we have the sun and the planets are represented by different musical instruments and notes, with the more heavier objects such as the sun and Jupiter represented by lower notes. And just to know that this show was created in conjunction with the visually impaired community. And I'll just play, is it possible? No. Yeah, can you just play a little bit of that video?
Starting with the sun. Adding Mercury, 1 orbit in just 88 Earth days. Next, boiling hot Venus. Our home, the Earth, 365 days for 1 orbit. Mars, the red planet. Giant Jupiter.
Team is trying to do. So just highlighting that the narration and the visuals were added later to the sound effects. So most of the time it's the other way around, where you have the visuals and the narration, and then the sound effects are added later. And also just to highlight that this video can be obtained from the website. And then when in a planetarium, you can hear the planets orbiting as if they're going around your head. So let's do some actual data sonification, where we have these stars are detected over the VLT in Chile with magnitude less than 6. I'll just read my notes. So the stars with magnitude less than 6 above the VLT in Chile have been represented with sound, 1 sound per star, and the color is mapped onto pitch, with the brighter stars represented by the blue color and fainter stars represented by the red color. And the stars, the magnitude has been banded into 5 bands, with which are represented by 5 musical notes. And then you can see the mapping of the stars in the sky, so such that in the auditorium you hear the star. If it's located on the eastern side, then you hear the star come over from the eastern side. Yeah, and I'll just, yeah. Can you just play for me, please? So as the sun goes down, we have brighter stars appearing first, and then gradually into the night, you have more faint stars appearing. At some point, you have all the bright stars, faint stars appearing at the same time. Thank you. So you can hear the difference when you have this at the beginning of the night, when the bright stars come out, and then as you gradually progress into the night, through the night, you hear these both bright stars and fainter stars, and then as the dawn approaches, you can start to hear the stars slowly start to fade away. So the team carried out an evaluation and surveyed about 300 audience members, with 10% of the members being visually impaired. And we received these interesting results, whereby you can see, so we asked the question, how useful did you find it having the objects in space represented by sounds to understand the show? And you can see that both the blind and visually impaired and also non-blind and visually impaired members of the audience highly rated the show, just showing that the importance of such an inclusive exercise whereby all members of the audience feel like included. Yeah, and just quoting someone, I am blind from birth, and however much I've always tried to imagine how the space that surrounds us was made, only now, thanks to you, I was able to get a clear idea of what is around us, and it's beautiful. So you can see the importance of such a show, sorry, just all over. Anyway, so we deliver the same workshops in a number of schools in the northeast of England. We deliver these multi-sensory workshops whereby we had tactile models and sound gains. And I remember before one of these workshops in one of these schools, we were actually pre-warned by the teachers that they have these special education needs children who after maybe 30 minutes would want to be excused from the classroom. But what happened was interesting because we ran the workshops for 2 hours and nobody requested to leave the classroom. And just, adding this quote from one of the teachers that many of our special education needs children were observed to be entirely engaged and asking relevant questions and offering answers as confidently as their peers. And therefore you can see that this is truly an inclusive exercise for including these children with special education needs and learning disabilities. So yeah, this is just testimonials from a visually impaired teacher and a blind student, and I'll not play that. So lastly, what next? There are plans to move beyond astronomy and apply the same techniques to other data sets. For example, here is a representation of climate change or global warming, where they represent the annual average temperatures over the last few years. And just, can you please play the video for me? Thank you. Increase in the pitch as the temperature rises over the last few years. Yeah, thanks. Happy to take any of your questions. And if not, Chris will be able to answer many of your questions as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Anne. Question from Marcus in the back, please.
Hello, Markus Pössl, IAU Office of Astronomy for Education. I'm wondering, because the evaluation that you did was more focused, at least from what you've shown, on the experiences, but presumably your goal with the certification is more ambitious in that you want to, I am assuming, communicate specific information and understanding. Is that correct? Because if yes, then you have a similar problem then with every teaching, with the other teaching process, that it's not that easy to evaluate whether your pupils or your recipients have really understood what you try to communicate. And from what you've given us to listen to in terms of certification, I think that is a special challenge in sort of decoding what you have put in there in the certification. So I was wondering whether your evaluation also covered this aspect of, have the recipients understood, has our message sort of been received in the way that it was encoded, so to speak?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm not sure because that has been presented in a paper. I've put a paper there, but then again, we're just trying to provide an alternative way of teaching or delivering data in the classroom. So yeah, maybe could be different, could be more effective than the old ways. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this fascinating talk. My name is Jörg Matthias Dietermann. I'm from Virginia Commonwealth University in Qatar. I was wondering whether you had compared visually impaired people reading the same data with Braille and having the data sonified.
Yeah, I don't think that has been done, but I can communicate that to the team and probably they can look into that.
Okay, just want to ask our folks online if they have a question and they have comments. Okay, so we are actually out of time for this talk so that we can get to the next talk, which is being given by Veronica Allen. And the title of the talk is Supporting Neurodivergent Academics. And when it gets to 2 minutes, they'll turn the clock on.
Okay. Green, big green triangle. Yeah. Sweet. Oh no, slightly wide. Oh, it fits on there. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's good. We're all good. Hi, I'm Veronica Allen. I'm actually a co-chair of the sub-working group for neurodiversity and mental health. And so I'm going to talk to you about some things that you can do to support your neurodivergent folks and for folks to support themselves as well. So here we go. Bosses and managers. I'm sure there are some of you in the room. Your neurodivergent team members have strengths and weaknesses. So make sure you find out what kind of things they can do that are positive, work to people's strengths, figure out if they have pattern recognition skills, perfect creativity, excellent memory, things like that. And make sure don't focus on what they can't do, step one. And that every person you meet is unique. And so they say a lot in autistic circles, when you've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person. So make sure that you know what people specifically have needs in. And what I'm going to present is background on different types of neurodivergence and some simple free/cheap methods to accommodate people. So here we go. So first, terminology. We have neurotypical. This is the people that the world is generally built for. They have good executive function, social, emotional, and cognitive skills within statistical average. So, you know, these average people. Outside of that is obviously statistically divergent. So we call it neurodivergent people. And typically there's various different difficulties with executive functions, social emotional skills, cognitive functions, things like that. Not everyone thinks or feels the same way, but in biology, at least, they're more moving to an idea that this is a natural variation in the human genome and that we should stop pathologizing in general. You'll hear some people refer to people as neurodiverse, but actually this is an incorrect term. A group is neurodiverse, so members within it will be neurotypical or neurodivergent, and the group is then neurodiverse. So this is about executive function. So if you're like me 3 years ago, you didn't know what executive function was, probably because you didn't have any. No, because it's not something we talk about. We didn't learn about it in school. Nobody asks me what kind of problems I have, but this is typically the areas of working memory, flexible thinking, which is something you find mostly in autism. So, you know, I need to have lunch every day at 12:30 or I will die. No, I will be very unhappy. And impulse control, which is more on the side of ADHD, but can be both. Some specific things are like time blindness. So this is actually a very common phenomenon where you have almost no perception of time at all, and 5 minutes have gone by. Difficulty starting non-preferred tasks. So this is actually a huge problem in that you want to do the thing, but you don't want to do the thing and you can't make yourself do the thing. Many other things that I'll go into in a little bit more detail in a minute. This is mostly so that you can get sort of a basic idea of where ADHD and autism sit. That's what I'm going to mostly speak about today because that's within my experience. There's a lot of overlap between these two, and actually you can have both. That's what's happened in my family. What actually happens quite a lot is people will find out as adults that they have either ADHD or autism because their children have very obvious traits in this thing, and then it's very genetic, and you go, oh no, I just read a book and now I understand my entire life. I put the little interview with the vampire quote down there of the dark gift is different for each of us, because you don't necessarily have all of these traits. You have some of them, and some of them are at different levels. It's the whole spectrum thing. So the other thing I want to touch upon is because probably a lot of us were gifted in school, and gifted also overlaps very much with ADHD and autism. So you might be gifted, you might be other things also. You might just be gifted, maybe not, we'll see. But actually this is a new movement as well. They call it twice exceptional, being that you're at the top end of the cognitive bell curve and at the bottom end of maybe the social emotional bell curve. I'm going to put links up to all these. I've already put a huge link chain online. These are my these are my boxes. I have a lot of the ADHD. That's the really colorful one, and somewhat less of autism. The other thing that's really cool that you might want to look into is the spiky profile, which is generally neurotypical people tend to have a very flat profile. They're like sort of good at everything. And neurodivergent people tend to be really, really good at some things and really not good at some things. So that's my profile. I'm analytical, which is good. I'm a scientist. I want to talk a little bit about intersectionality quickly, because obviously everybody has different privileges and disadvantages. But in the neurodivergent population, there's a lot of issues with being identified as children, for first of all. If you're female socialized or assigned female at birth, if you're a woman, then because it tended to be socialized differently, and so girls would not be spotted. And in fact, you couldn't be diagnosed with ADHD, or you were less likely to be diagnosed with ADHD and autism until the 2000s, because they just thought it was a boys thing. So there are a lot of people now, you'll find online, a lot of older women especially, who are like, oh my God, I have ADHD. And you're like, well, how did you not know? And it's because nobody was thinking about it. So there's a huge revolution right now. People are starting to understand where their struggles come from and try to help themselves. And yes, generally this is the not being included. They actually still use this female presentation of autism, where you know the stereotypical autistic boy is like lining up trains or something and unable to socialize with their peers, but girls like figure it out, possibly because of socialization, and girls are more sociable or are trained to be more sociable. And additionally, adult ADHD was not allowed until the 90s. So if you were missed, then yeah, you'd probably be fine. It turns out maybe you weren't fine. But this is also still very, very highly stigmatized. A lot of people don't want to talk about it. There is a kind of a revolution online where there's a lot of people talking on Twitter and TikTok and the other ones, YouTube, about their experiences, which is actually moving to push a revolution in psychology, where they no longer are trying to only analyze their expected population, but a larger, broader population, and allow for self-reporting of traits. Okay, where are we at? Okay, the blue doesn't show up very well. I'm very sorry. I'll talk really quickly about the medical model versus the social model of disability. I'll go straight ahead to the picture because that's a little bit better. In the medical model, the problem is you. Like if you have a problem, that's your problem, and you need to be fixed by a doctor or society or something. In the social model of disability, society is not built for you and therefore has barriers. And this is also the difference between disabled as an adjective and disabled as a verb. So in the medical model of disability, you are being disabled, or both of them actually, you're being disabled by your environment because it's not built for you. The analogy we use the most is that of the wheelchair user at a staircase. If they can't get in, that's not their problem, it's the building's problem. If you can't be integrated at work because you have time blindness and you need some accommodations, that is not your problem, it is the problem of the situation, and it can be fixed, which is where I want to go with actions. So a lot of people can help themselves. but people should not have to help themselves entirely, right? Because there's not everything is possible alone. I use a lot of assistive technology. I really regret that blue. It looks really good here. I'm really sorry. I'll put the slides up, all right? I've absolutely no acknowledgement of the passage of time, so I use visual timers like this, because those numbers are very meaningless. Okay, cool, that's a number. That means I have a quarter or a third of my time left. I use screen readers because it's really hard as I'm trying to read, not to just put my eyes over the whole thing and then absorb nothing. But with a screen reader, you can have it read to you while you're reading, and it keeps you sort of on task. I have lots of other things to recommend, including a cool website called Goblin Tools. So if you don't know how to do a task, like I need to arrange how to go to the shop and get my car fixed, and you say, how do I get my car fixed? And it will break it down into tasks, like look up the number for the local automatic motor mechanic, the guy. It's really cool. Try it on anything. I tried it on how to learn to play the violin. It was very cool. The other side comes with internalized ableism, where you see the world and people functioning the way you think you should function, but you can't because it's not natural to you. And so this is internalized, and you're like, I should be able to do this because everyone can do this. Reversing that and turning that off is really difficult, but it's something to consciously work on. And it's nice to be able to find people to talk to about your struggles, because a lot of them will share your struggles. And then also check your employment rights, because that varies per country. And try out lots of different things to see what works for you. There are lots of online communities now where people are giving out their advice of how to make your home more accessible to you and your work and your life. And not everything works for everyone, but it's nice to try out things that might work for you. As an institution with some money, it is nice to have assistive technology subscriptions available. So for example, the verbal speech to text transcription thing that I use is 100 euros per person per year. And the screen reader that I use is 40 euros per person per year, which I think an institution could handle, but a person maybe less could. It's good to have some support systems. And what's really important for me is clearly communicate expectations, as well as normalizing subtitles, recordings, and transcription, which is something that's great on this meeting.
Your timer thing.
Okay, we're almost there.
Just under
2 minutes. Okay. It's okay, yeah, I'm just remembering. And some people, it's okay. I was like trying to see what's most important for me to say. A lot of people have certain sensitivities to noise or sound or smell or whatever, and it's good to be able to have people able to adapt that for themselves, or have like adjustable lighting in offices or quiet offices. This was designed by Deloitte, which is, I'm not really a capitalist, so I'm kind of anti them in general, but they already have an idea of how you can make your workplace more accessible to neurodivergent people. And then the last part is society. So a lot of problem comes from assumptions and stereotypes. And so like in my ideal world, we would just assume that your neurotype is like as acceptable as your star sign, right? I know we all hate astrology, but like you can go around and say, I'm a Pisces, I'm having a bad day, and that's fine. But you go around saying, I'm having a bad autism day, I'm really overstimulated, I'm really having a rough day. People will go, ew, are you broken? And then you'll go, ew, get out of my face. So I get angry immediately. So this validation, this acceptance, this knowledge, as well as this reverse, this double empathy problem, which is like, you're speaking to an autistic person, you think maybe they're being rude because they're short or they have a difficulty with tone, and they think you're being rude because you're not reacting the way they would expect. So we have a two-way problem. That's it, almost. The whole message is destigmatize. This is not a problem. It's a normal human adaptation. Like, it was actually really useful when we were hunters and gatherers. Notice everything around you and, try random berries and see if you die. So you're welcome. Depathologize. You don't need to be fixed. Some people need a lot of support, but you don't need to be fixed. And support people who need support in the ways that they need support. Don't try to support someone in the way they don't want you to. It's as bad as pushing someone a wheelchair when they don't ask you to. Don't do that. Yes, and I put all these links in the Slack. These books are great. All of these books are great. I've read all of these books and more. And there's a lot of social medias, and I have a whole thing of memes. I collect neurodivergence memes. Yeah, I also put those on the Slack. I think that's it, except like more links. Yeah, for bosses and some studies and some pretty pictures. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Veronica. There's one question online from Genevieve that I am going to take the chair's prerogative to allow.
Hi, thank you so much. That was a really great presentation and a really necessary presentation. I think it's not so much a question as an observation that, as you mentioned on your earlier slides, that neurodiversity, of course, it's not, I think everybody always assumes it's about autism and ADHD, but actually people who have mental health conditions, especially chronic mental health conditions, but because our symptoms are all quite different, it's quite helpful, I think, to say, yeah, what we did go backwards a bit, what we did at Leiden, which was a university-wide initiative, actually, not just within the institute, was people in sort of these groups say, well, yeah, I'm neurodivergent with a mental health condition, or I'm neurodivergent because I have autism, or I have ADHD or something else. So we found it a bit more helpful then in order to manage those conversations, I think, and manage that when we're talking about experiences, it just helped clarify a little bit. So that might be it's just a tip that we found useful when we're at Leiden, I wanted to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Genevieve. And again, I want to thank Veronica for a really interesting talk. And yes, there are way too many cool topics and not enough time for questions. Sorry. So our next talk is, we will do better at the next GA. So our next talk is going to be by Mike Simmons, a community hub for sharing existing resources and methods for including blind and low vision people in outreach programs. And when you see the magic 202, you know it's time to start wrapping up.
You give me time before that, or just when it gets to 2?
But just when it gets to 2, I mean, if you use up your entire 2 minutes, then nobody asks you questions. That's your choice.
I just want to say that Veronica just described my entire life, and now I'm paranoid that you're just talking about me.
It's okay, it's okay.
I want to talk to you though. So I'm going to talk about, there are a lot of people here that know about working with people with various disabilities, which we don't like to call disabilities because that implies there's something wrong with them, which is why I use the term low vision rather than visually impaired, which a blind person who's one of the most amazing people I've ever seen and has the biggest company in the US for accessibility at museums, presidential libraries, and so on, said, don't do that. So I don't do that. One of the things, first of all, my new initiative is Astronomy for Equity, and I think everybody in here knows the difference between equality and equity. It means giving people an opportunity, giving them a chance, not necessarily giving them something. So what I want to do is first point out the resources that we have, and then I'll get to the problem, which is lack of distribution. So this is, I ran the 100 Hours of Astronomy Cornerstone project in the International Year of Astronomy. Most of these are from that. And I'm just going to show you what is happening that most professional astronomers don't know about with amateur astronomers around the world, which is what I leveraged to get like 1 million people looking through telescopes in one night on essentially no budget. So this is actually a telescope I took to Iraqi Kurdistan. Various pictures from that big event, same telescope in the Andes, I'm not sure which country. These are all amateur astronomers doing outreach. They're doing the work for us. This is Nepal, India, Iran, Romania. This is why we do it. You get a reaction like that. And everybody wants to share with everybody else. This is Brazil, great people. Astronomy is being used for a lot of good things. I'll go through these quickly because this is what we're all here about. This shipping container is a STEM camp in a refugee camp in northern Nigeria where they're using astronomy for the kids there. They're also doing STEM camps for girls, which they call Girl Child. I think Anne knows that term. And to encourage them and let them know that they can do astronomy if they want to. Schools in Puerto Rico after the hurricanes, I got them some telescopes. These are the poorest of the poor schools that had the biggest problems. And you can see on the faces, this is middle school astronomy clubs in Libya that I got some telescopes for. Schoolroom in Ukraine, the astronomy students there wanted telescopes because their power goes out, they get dark skies in their cities. Not the best circumstances, but the inspiration of being able to look at the sky. And this is before and after, the upper and lower, showing what happens to the power there. And I'll probably go there and visit them next year. This is one of the telescopes in one of the classrooms. An astrobus in Ethiopia, taking it out to the people there, into the classrooms. Okay, now we'll get to something here. This is somebody who's being forced to unfortunately look straight up through the binoculars and ruin your neck. Looks like a normal situation at a star party, but this person is in fact legally blind, walking with a cane. She can still see some things, and people can see through the telescopes things like craters on the terminator of the moon, very high contrast. So she may not be able to tell who you are or where you are when she's talking to you, but she can see those things. And so this is one club I know that was doing that program. Another thing, who thinks of this? The blind persons didn't understand what a telescope is. So they have them feeling the telescope and they explain it. Now they don't know about sight, but they at least want to know about the telescope. So here's a question. Is this really a visual science or not? So an example, all these pictures taken in things we are blind to. We cannot see these. We turn them into visual representations, but they don't have to be done that way. And as Anne said, with the sonification, which is something that it means nothing to me, but I know it means something to other people. They learn to interpret it that way. And we know all the different resources. Here we have star maps. I think this was just do it yourself with pins on it. In India, some resources from NASA. You don't even remember where that one is. Chandra, or I think this is a space telescope actually. 3D printed tactile resources. It's a planetarium program, which is narrated. And these domes here, they can feel their way around the sky as they follow the narration. And you can do it. You can do this. It doesn't have to be in a planetarium dome, obviously. This sky is a tactile sky, and people get under it, and they can feel the sky. And it's one of the things that somebody I know at NASA has been doing this stuff for a long time. Heard in one of the meetings that we had from an amateur from Romania said, they got under there and they said, "Oh, I didn't know the sky was curved." Well, who would think that someone would think the sky is flat? The Earth is flat, obviously, but the sky is flat. They've never seen it. They don't know what horizon means. So these are things that we just left out of what we're doing. So now to the problem. We have these people around the world who can reach many, many thousands of people. And we have experts, we have resources. I'll show you some of those. Why are the blind and low vision not included in this? The whole point of outreach in astronomy is to share the universe with other people, but they're not included. The problems are simple. There's a lack of awareness of what's available. There is people uncertain about what to do as far as approaching people who are blind. How do you talk to them? How do you guide them? They just don't know where to start. And we aren't providing the resources the way that it is needed. And I'll show you what I mean by that. This is I'm on the inclusive outreach sub-working group for this working group. And there are tons of resources here. Starter kits, all sorts of different things. Oh, wrong button. They do webinars showing people about things, but why doesn't that work? Well, this is not really a community. This is the way we learn. You go to a workshop, and last time I showed this slide, that person in the middle was in the audience, kind of shocked me. So this is great. This is how we learn. Everybody at the workshop is getting mentored. They're talking to each other. How did you do that? And that's how we learn. Except this lasts for a few hours. You take the research, you go home, and that's the end of it. So it's simple. What we do is we need a workshop that just continues. We just need to show people how to do it, provide tips, coach them along the way. The same thing we do. This is social learning is what we do. And all the different ways in which we can incorporate community and social learning into this. This is asynchronous as well as synchronous, so we can deal with people around the world. Now, we've done this relatively short term. We had a program for a while that we're restarting now on a new platform. And we had people from around the world. I had somebody from Space Telescope, but also Romania, Syria. How many people know that there are amateur astronomers doing outreach in Syria? There isn't a country where this isn't happening. I've worked with these people around the world for decades. The ones that joined up this group, they were mostly already doing this, or maybe equally split, because they created their resources, but they have no contact with anybody else. So they don't really even know how their resources are going to work in another situation. And they all say, I really want to share what I've done with other people and get my resources out there. They're creating things, but they're not getting them to anybody else. They're getting feedback. One expert was one of the ones who's been doing this, didn't even realize the blind didn't understand the idea of a curved sky because it's not what she actually does. So, and the ones doing outreach, this is the other thing. Of all these thousands of clubs around the world, they all want to do this, almost all of them. If there are blind people, they don't know where to find them, but they're going to prisons, they're going to refugee camps, they're looking for the people that aren't being reached now. This is another group that's right in our midst and it's completely excluded. So we've migrated from the group that we had to Slack. The reason I'm using Slack, I wanted to use Discord, but my friend, the expert in accessibility, said it's really bad for blind people, but he runs his company on Slack and has worked with them. So we got to walk the walk if we're going to do this. I expect to be able to easily get 40 groups in here from at least 30 countries because, you know, we have a lot of contact with others. In the future, well, this is, if and when we get a big grant, we'll be able to have centers in the different countries that can translate these things into all the different languages. There's a lot of work to do, and I've done big programs before. So I just want to say you can join us there. And you know, if you've ever considered it or you just want to hear about it, it doesn't matter. Just come in at Slack. We're all on Slack now, right? And we can use volunteers to be moderators and coordinators, maybe in your own area. You want to be able to do things 24 hours. And we don't have any funding for this at all yet. And that's the 2-minute bill.
Thanks, Mike.
Should I take questions?
You may certainly, you have some time for questions. Sorry.
Thank you. More than a question, I wanted to make a comment. So in Chile, we work both with visually impaired, blind, and also with deaf people. But we have established the fact that for anything that we do, we just include these activities because it benefits everyone. I mean, it's the more senses you use to learn, the more you learn. And the more you are aware that other people have needs and barriers that we need to help with, there is no reason to do it especially for the community. So if you integrate this in your everyday activities, everybody benefits.
Yeah, that's a really good point too. And we tend to work with in the areas that are easiest, work with the people we know. I generally go for the most difficult, the most I call them unserved, not underserved, because everybody else in between is going to get served. I think we should always do that. Consider there are more people out there, and the ones that we're not reaching, those are the ones that usually need it the most.
Thank you. We have time for half a question. Is there anybody online who?
I'll give a half an answer.
There you go. Okay, our online people are very happy.
One over here.
Wait, was there a question? Okay, one last question in the room.
Actually, it's a comment, not a question, relating also to the previous talk. The same is true for many accommodations for neurodiversity, right? If you look at what things help neurodivergent people, they're often things that make things easier for everyone, right? And maybe some people need it more than others, but everyone's life gets easier if, like, you're on a jury panel, you get asked a question, and the panel member doesn't get to ask you a 5-part question in one go, so that you forget the last 3. Actually, it may be worse for some people to get that than for others, but it's not good for anyone.
Like Ann said about sonification, that the sighted people got something out of that as well, and Wanda has done other work on that as well. So I agree.
Okay, let's thank Mike. And our next speaker is Forsen Albert, who will talk to us about breaking barriers, bridging gaps in astronomy education for exceptional learners in Ghana through the teacher training program. Okay, so Forsen, you will see the magic tool here there, and you know it's reaching the end.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Albert Forsen, PhD research candidate at the University of Mauritius, and as my co-authors. Bridging gap in astronomy education for exceptional learners in Ghana through teacher training program. This had outline. So imagine you seated here, wanted to teach teaching special learners astronomy, specifically those from disadvantaged group, such as the blind, the deaf, and socioeconomical disadvantaged groups. That is why I was so happy that Mike has taken most of the things I'm going to highlight on, and earlier speakers, I'm happy about that. So let's think about that. You are in that situation now. How are you going to do that? So in Ghana, with population of 32 million plus, and we estimated with people with deaf is about 0.4%, and that of the blind represent about 1% in Ghana. And these are the people we are talking about, and you are in that shoe. So this is a little bit statistic about special schools that have been allocated for these people. With the deaf have only 13 schools, and that represents among them is 48.1%, and those of the blind is only 5 schools represent 18.5%, and other schools represent 9 schools represent 33.3%. So what challenge do we foresee, and what do we try to address? In the current situation, we notice we have lack of organized astronomy education program for exceptional learners and their teachers in our country. The key challenge among them is absence of accessible learning and teaching materials for these schools and their teachers as well. And among them is also none of these teachers have ever had any special or formal training in astronomy education before. So if you bring these people to compare with other colleagues, how would they compete with this group? So why do we take the exceptional learners? We've also noticed that, okay, equity and diversity, we must promote an inclusive scientific community where every student can contribute. So we must not leave them out. Diverse teaching methods, including the title, model, sign language, and Braille, that should benefit all. The other one, which is the inclusion of program for change perception about capabilities of individuals with disability. All that we know is that those with disability have been categorized in such a way that they don't have the capability to do others. That's why I was happy about some of the earlier speakers on that. So what intervention did we introduce? So first of all, that is a teacher training program to get their teachers educated so that they can pass on this knowledge to the others. And this program takes about 3.5 days, which was residential program to cover a bit more of that. And this training was based on hands-on training, and the targeted group is grade 7 to 9 for science teachers in these schools. The reason why we choose that group is that at that age, there's a junior high level, the decision-making of this student, if they want to choose related program in astronomy and space science, start from there. So we decided to choose this target group. And how the structure of the training workshop, we dedicated about 19 hours, which represent about 70.5% for the training, and others for about 4 hours each, or 14% on that. And the various topics that we have taken, that is about science, scientific methods, Earth, Moon, Sun, the solar system, eclipse, lighting our constellation, and other related talks in astronomy and night sky viewing as well. So the implementation, we try to adapt the inquiry learning basis or teaching, where we implement, we ask them, our KWL, ask them, okay, before the training under each topic, you write what you think you know and what you want to know. And after the training, we ask, what did you learn, attached to all the topics that, or the things that we have written before. And among the topics, these are some of the activities that we perform with the teachers, which were much involved about demonstrating the Earth-Moon distance, and also on the discovering of the climate change with the balloon. And down there also is with the, we use the total model as well to include those with the visual impaired. On the sun planet activities, comparison of the planet, the size of the planet to the sun, where everybody or those with visually impaired as well can also have activity and have this kind of relation as well. The solar system, we also do the scale of model of the solar system using the toilet paper method of activity and the solar crown, where we involve all of them to have this kind of hat or crown on. So it's easy for them to be able to identify the planet with their sizes when they wear this crown. And this is a very interesting activity they were involved in. We're also involved in this lighting up the constellations. We got some cards, donation from INF with the LEDs, which they were all happily able to participate in that. Aside that, we use the local material available. We call it the calabash, which look like the sphere of the sky. So they'll be able to use beads and a little glue and thread to able to display or represent the constellation of the constellation activity as well. So in absence of this card, they have something else to do. So the evaluation aspect, which was most important for us as well, where we take them to the Earth, Moon, Sun activities. We perform the pre, post, and post 2 weeks after the workshop. And among them were questions, what kind of object is the sun, and what is the sun made of, and what is the moon made of? These are some of the questions, sample questions we asked them. These are the results after that. Around the solar system, to perform the same activity, the idea was that if you have pre-evaluation, post, and post 2 weeks, there were assignments and some activities we required them to go back to their schools and perform. And we noticed some around that after that, there was so much understanding. These are some of the sample questions that we asked them. So 2 weeks as compared to during the workshop. One was just before the workshop, immediately after the workshop, and 2 weeks after, same questions were answered. And these are this is some of the feedback from the teachers. And we asked questions like the objectives of the training were clearly defined. About 60.3% said yes or agree with that. Participants and interactions were encouraged. 60.3 or more said they agree with that. And these are the sample questions as well. So the impacts measuring understanding around Earth, Moon, Science, we noticed that before about 60.58% in understanding and moved from that to 95.05, and around the solar system also from 39.58 to 79.17%. So in summary, enhancement of the teachers' knowledge, you can say that Earth, Moon, and the Sun improved from 64.58 to 94.06%, and the solar system improved from 39.58 to 59.02%. About 60.3% of the teachers said their proficiency in using simple and teaching materials for the blind and the deaf has increased, because before then there was nothing or very minimum understanding in that area. And the duration of the training should be increased to cover more topic areas set by the teachers. And the significance of the TTP needs to be reinforced, specifically for the blind and the deaf, to enhance equity and inclusion in astronomy. So these are some of the feedback. And what again we do after that, the astronomy club formations in the schools were also encouraged. So my acknowledgement goes to the OE for supporting this project, and also the NIAC team, Ghana Space Science Technological Institute, NORACEL, and the PRASAC team for supporting this project. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. So we have time for questions. Online people, if you have questions, please get ready.
Hi, hello. I wanted to ask you, because I don't know what the reality is with the schools in Ghana, but in our case, it has been a little difficult to offer training for teachers, because either we do it in their vacation time, which is of course non-ideal, or sometimes many of the directors of the establishments do not really allow them to do it in working hours. Do you have the same difficulty? Have you confronted this?
So what happened is we started some kind of approach, like bottom-up approach. So before we select a school, we first of all have some of our team members who approach these schools. If the school is ready to take this program, we now move to their management area or district in which they are. We write to them, we get that better understanding. So they are able to release them to come for this program during the period. And the support of from that period is also very encouraged. If we use that approach, it's working for us. So we think that is the best.
Okay. Are there any questions from online? Okay, we have time for one more question. Ralph.
Sorry, yeah. So what I found fascinating is that a lot of the improvements of your teachers in understanding didn't happen from before to immediately after the workshop, but it was even a lot better 2 weeks later. So did you have like a specific aftercare problem where there was more opportunity for learning, or was it just to do with the material sinking in? Do you know why that happened? It's surprising to me.
Yeah, so after the training, we established a platform with them. So there's a follow-up. They keep on asking questions. We get materials, resource materials from elsewhere. We share on the page. So there's better understanding. Even when they've gone back, they are able to practice some of this. So after the workshop, we presented some of these materials to them to go back to the schools and practice. So I think that's what.
So your work is not done after the workshop?
Exactly. And after that, we form astronomy clubs in the schools. So that did not end there. So, and we keep visiting or following up with them.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Albert, let's give him an applause. Okay, we're not done yet. So the honor of being the last speaker of the last session of the last day goes to Anna Volker, who will talk to us about Astro Access, advancing disability inclusion in space exploration. And thank you all for staying here.
Thank you all so much. I am so excited to be here and to get to close us out after a fantastic conference. Thank you all so much for staying with us. My name is Anna Volker. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a white person with glasses and short brown hair. That's a quick image description, so blind attendees know a general sense of who's their speaker, what they look like. And I'm so excited to be sharing with you all a little bit today about the Astro Access project and our work to advance disability access. You'll hear me say the word disability. It's not a bad word. It's really important to acknowledge that. So for our group, we typically avoid anything like differently abled or other words that tiptoe around it because disability is not a bad word. And that's really important to acknowledge just in terms of the language. There we go. So this is a program under the Psi Access nonprofit. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. I'm the founder and executive director of this project. We started in 2018, and actually our very first project was right here in Cape Town. So it's really exciting to kind of come full circle. 6 years ago, I started this project working with the Office of Astronomy for Development at the South African Astronomical Observatory. So I'm so thrilled to get to come back and share what we've been up to in those last 6 years. We really focus on networking opportunities. This is done primarily through an international conference called the Psi Access Conference that connects people both in person and virtually around best practices and disability access. We work on outreach through a number of initiatives, the primary one of which is Solstice, which is a portable planetarium project. So excited to hear about the accessible planetarium projects already shared by the fantastic talks earlier today. Would love to speak with you after as well. We also work on mentorship through Zenith. This is a mentorship program for blind and low vision high school students from anywhere in the world. As you may have seen in Mike's slides, we have 3D printed galaxies. I have one here that we made with the Space Telescope Science Institute, as well as many tactile tools, which I think my colleagues demonstrated just help everyone. And that's going to be a common theme you see when we talk about accessibility work, is that we're not only working to reach those who historically have been excluded from this field, but in doing so, we're just providing better resources and better opportunities for any learner. And last but not least, we work on research, and that's through the Astro Access program, which is what I'm going to focus on here today. So the general goal and vision of Astro Access is the idea that if we can make space accessible, we can make any space accessible. And so to do that, we're looking to advance universal design concepts on our Earth and beyond it. So how can we be designing for the widest audience possible at the start, as opposed to retrofitting afterwards? And so here we're actually talking about not just the right to study space as astronomers, but to actually go to it. So we are working with all of the key players in the aerospace industry and in human spaceflight, and ultimately trying to create new pathways for disabled astronauts to be able to fly to space. And in doing so, ensure that the 15% plus percentage of people who have a disability around the world aren't excluded from this. And we see this as a really critical area for shifting global perspectives on disability and really working towards critical representation around the world when it comes to disability access and that next generation of learners. And I just think this is so critical to emphasize, because even last week at my poster session, I had someone here come up to me and say, well, we already have too many people who want to study astronomy, so it doesn't make sense to work on this. And that's the type of attitude that I think we really need to be working against. And he said to me, well, my institution was completely inaccessible and it worked out great for me. But that's just it. What about everyone else? Just because you didn't experience a barrier didn't mean it wasn't there and that it wasn't a problem. It just means that person had the privilege of not noticing it. And that's what we need to address. We need to notice and talk about that. And as I mentioned, so we have 16% of the world population reporting a disability. And I emphasize that word reporting because we know this is underreported. So these are the minimums. And when we look at the US, it's 27%. And in the 60+ population, it's 1 in 2 people. So we're talking about the world's largest minority group. So what are we doing on the AstroAccess side? Well, I have started a series of zero gravity research flights in partnership with a fantastic group of individuals all over the world working to make this possible. And for those of you who might not be familiar, a parabolic research flight takes a regular airplane, it flies up and down, and you get about 30 seconds of weightlessness at the peak of your parabola. We recruit researchers with disabilities from anywhere in the world who are competitively selected to fly with us, and they design experiments and demonstrations that change physical environments aboard space stations. On this slide is one of our ambassadors from Germany who has paralysis below the waist, and she is seen behind her, NASA astronaut Katie Coleman, one of the many members from industry who are advisors and supporters on this work. We also test tactile graphics for blind astronauts and researchers. And again, in the event of an emergency, if the lights go out, or there's an emergency in smoke and you can't see, having a tactile ways to navigate in space would just help everyone. It's better design. We had folks with different mobility disabilities and vision disabilities testing getting in and out of a 5-point harness meant to replicate those used on today's suborbital spacecrafts. And again, we're able to prove that yes, they can do that task independently and successfully. We also studied ASL comprehension and adaptive lighting systems for deaf and hard of hearing ambassadors, two of whom can be seen on this slide. The lights in the background change color, in this case to signify changes in gravity status. So this has been done on numerous flights. To date, we have completed 7 zero gravity missions, and we're continuing to do this work and really share the results with the industry to get them to start reevaluating the definition of who gets to go to space and why. We've also worked with analog astronaut facilities, which are facilities here on the ground that are meant to train and prepare folks for different activities an astronaut might do. This includes water egress training, spacecraft fire training, and regolith soil collection. These slides include members of our deaf, blind, and mobility teams who are working to demonstrate those concepts. This slide just shows a little bit of some of our deaf ambassadors practicing sign language in a pressurized spacesuit. It was so noisy, no one else could understand each other. So the only people who could communicate were the deaf people, who also, by the way, everyone who has flown with us who has been deaf has been immune to motion sickness because of the difference in their inner ear system. So here we see the physiological advantages, not only from lived experiences and different perspectives, but also sometimes just biologically that someone has. And of course, that's a huge advantage when we talk about space exploration. And as I said, we're working to share this in the industry. So we've been really fortunate to be invited by NASA, SpaceX, Blue Origin, and many others to really bring this work out and to share best practices for what we need to change. And again, I think it goes back to what we talked about earlier. One of our prior speakers noted, we're really seeing the environment as the obstacle. So if we can address environmental decisions and designs, we're able to not only improve those space systems, but make them accessible and better for everyone. Looking to the future, right now, we're really focused on a few different things, the first of which is speaking engagements. So we work with a lot of groups to teach them about this work and to share what we do. And also, we've recently started a professional accessibility consulting team. So if you're interested in learning how to make your conference, your workplace, your university more accessible, come talk to us. That's what we work on in partnership with disability advocates across many different areas of the space community. As I mentioned, we continue to do our zero gravity research flights, and ultimately we see those as stepping stones to be able to progress to suborbital and ultimately orbital spaceflight opportunities. And last but not least, we see this as a way to not just make history, but really change the future of accessibility on our planet and beyond it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Are there questions online?
Oh, while we're waiting for questions, one thing I will note too, a lot of this work is founded on the idea of the phrase "nothing about us without us." So making sure that we have disabled people at the table, in the room, in the conversations when we're deciding those policies. And that's really important because that phrase was popularized here in South Africa. So that was coined and popularized by members of the South African disability rights movement. So, yeah.
Okay, we have time for questions from the room. Let me go. Did you have a question? Yes.
Hi, I'm Muraro Masisi from Sarao. I wanted to find out how we can better the curriculum for children with autism, since currently here in South Africa, it does not include your STEM subjects. It only when they're done with the program, then they can do their maths and science. How can we rather redo the curriculum so that it's inclusive as they're growing and as they're going out of the program? Thank you.
Yeah, really fantastic question. I'd also love to give our prior speaker an opportunity if you'd like to chime in there. No pressure, but I love to defer to, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't be included in the first place. Is my first reaction is I have no idea why they should have a different curriculum. All they need is understanding, accommodations, and like teachers that can teach them. They can learn everything that everyone can learn. They might need specific adaptations per need. That's the whole point of all of us having different needs. But yeah, I don't know why they should have like my son. I'm in the Netherlands, and my son does go to a school which is separated out for autistic and ADHD kids, which is actually not recommended educationally. You shouldn't separate your different learners out of your schools, but they have a normal curriculum. There's no reason they should be separated out. And if they are, then they need enrichment, like to go to the science centers and different museums. There's no reason to exclude them. All they need is understanding and the right environment. If they're sensitive to noise or something, make sure that is handled where they're going. They have cinema days for autistic kids and sensory needs kids in different places. So essentially just they shouldn't have been separated out in the first place. That needs to be rectified. Yeah.
Yeah, really well said.
Okay, we have a question online from Saknite Medina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, my video. Okay, hi, a very interesting talk, a very interesting topic also. My question is not to criticize, but I just wonder if you or the program has found that people with disability bring something new and innovation, not only for integration of their or inclusion, but their skills are different and improve some part of the research. I mean, my first thing we say, why do we send a blind astronaut, for example? And then you can say, yeah, but in our findings, we found, in our research, we found that blind astronauts are better to find, I don't know, patterns or better to find tools. I don't know, do this project find how the disability people or different people bring new skills to the field?
Yes, thank you so much for that fantastic question. The answer is a resounding yes, 100%. There are so many different skills and strengths and perspectives that having that inclusion allows. And so, I could go on and on for it, but what I'll say is that we have seen time and time again, our researchers have strengths and assets. And I think a lot of it goes back to the fact that people with disabilities are constantly navigating environments not built by or for them. And when we come to space, this is an environment not designed for humans. We need people who are experts at thinking outside of the box, who are experts at creating new solutions. And that I think goes right to the heart of what we do as scientists as well. And we see that also in astronomy specifically with the sonification, being able to find new relationships in the data by analyzing it in a different way. So 100%, those strengths are prevalent in everything we do. Thank you.
Okay, so we have reached the end of the session, and I know that you all still want to talk to each other. So I suggest you go to the Slack, get each other's emails, chat as you're walking down to the closing ceremony, and which is, I think, is in Auditorium 1. So once again, I thank you all for joining us for the Working Group 4 sessions, and I hope to see you all again at the next meeting. And thanks to all our wonderful speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much.